in starting this live stream. I've been reading some correspondence between myself and an unnameable party and the actual tenants of Mr. Frank Battaglia. So I'm at liberty to say that as of this moment, according to the correspondence I've received, that Mr. Battaglia, at the moment that the mail was sent to me, has not been actually served with the restraining order because his house is closed up. Windows, curtains shut, doors locked, and they've been unable to give him the papers at this point. Now, I did speak with a police authority saying that what would probably happen eventually is that a sheriff would go to the house and duly note to someone or put a notice on the door. That's how they do it in Florida and in other places in America. So I'm not real sure how that works out, but you can only just avoid the process server for just so long, and then it becomes problematic, I would imagine. But I want to check something on my channel. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I want to check the mail also. So just give me a moment, please, and we'll get right on this. All right. Let's see what's going on now. 10:41. Okay, I just got mail of another video that's being sent by a third party, not myself, to the tenants. There are several people now involved with this. I'm only at liberty to say a certain amount of things, but there are people stepping forward with videos that are going to be used in a case that, according to my sources, there is a lawyer involved on the tenant's behalf, and they are adamant about following up on this issue. So they're not going to let this go. They are livid. They are actually livid over this. Yeah, that's great. I'll pass that on. I'll download that and pass it on to the tenants. Thank you. I remember that video, but I didn't know where it was. So thank you very much. I want to get my page open. Now I'm going to tell you what happened. This was reported to the police on March 8th. And the police didn't do anything about that. This was about the Mushroom Man song that Mr. Battaglia was singing to an 8-year-old child. This was definitely reported to the police. And the response from the police was they basically ignored it, even though a formal complaint was made. So that probably upset the tenant more, because the tenant only found out about the Mushroom Man video 4 days ago, perhaps. And before that, she had no idea what her child was involved with. She still does not. They're going to work that out with the lawyer as to what, if anything, happened. with the child. No one knows that, so no one can make a judgment on that. But they are going to interview the child, and they're going to interview the parents, and I do believe they're going to have to interview the police, because the police dropped the ball on this one. So, but there was an actual physical report with a case number made on or about March 8th, and the police apparently went to the house, and the police said that he wasn't there, and they couldn't do anything else, which doesn't make any sense, because there was a case number, and also Child Protection Services said, we can't do anything about a YouTube video with no face on it. You'll have to call the police. So apparently that when the police went to the house, he wasn't there, and that was it. They didn't notify the parents. They never followed up on that, from what I understand to be true. I don't know much more about it than that. And but when the parents found out that the Mushroom Man video actually took place about 4 days ago, was when they found out. They went ballistic. They went off the chain ballistic. There are correspondence. The woman is in a state of horror. In fact, the fact that Mr. Battaglia is either in the house with the doors locked, in the closet, hiding with his brother, or they're not in the house. These people have left the house for a few days in fear that he might snap, because apparently when the shows went on yesterday, or when possibly my show was on yesterday, they didn't know why, but they heard screaming and yelling and all kinds of, cursing and the thrashing and the gnawing of teeth next door. They had no idea why until much later on, when they found out that there was a show on about Mr. Battaglia. But apparently he went nuts. Apparently he went off the chain, sideways nuts, according to the tenants. But they didn't know why at that time, what had transpired. So I'm like the government now. I'm just here to help try to make sense out of all of this. I don't know what to say. I do know one thing, that Mr. Battaglia has talked about my penis being the size of a small mushroom. If I had to take a guess, I would say that he has mentioned that, well, in one video that I have, the original title, I don't know what the original title is. I have it in my records. Let's see if I can find the original title to that. No, but because I changed the title after I downloaded it. But in one video, he may have mentioned that I have a small mushroom-sized penis. I don't know, without exaggeration, more than 15 to 20 times. And then he also discussed that I walk around naked and I give the children candy in another video, which is not the truth. Here in the Philippines, I gotta tell you, this guy's got quite the imagination. Here in the Philippines, he is right about not being alone with children, but I've never been alone with any children in the Philippines, ever. They are on the outside of my fence when I was giving them candy, which stopped because I got tired of hearing him say he's going to call the police. And then, I don't know if he ever did or not, but it also, I just stopped giving out free stuff to the neighbors. It became problematic. It was Originally, it was for Christmas time and New Year's and Easter. There was candy given out. This goes back 6.5 years. And I'm going to tell you, I've given away 200,000 pesos in free foods, shoes, clothes, toys, rice, rum, cigarettes, and candy. Probably 4,000 US dollars in 6.5 years. But recently, it became problematic because after Christmas, I continued giving out the candy, supposedly only for the children. But then the adults with the children, when they came to get the candy, then they wanted candy. And then some of them were asking me for candy to bring home to the other children that weren't there. And then adults were just walking up from the beach and coming to my house at not only 4 o'clock, but on any given time. Anytime anybody wanted candy, they would just come to my house and say, Michael, give me candy. That became problematic because I had expanded it to the children's parents, and then all of a sudden, all the adult members on the block were coming to get candy as well. So I was giving out, on any given day, 30 pieces, 40 pieces of candy, or 40 pesos a day, and that's like 1,200 pieces of candy a month. And the part about the candy wasn't the problem, but they were just coming. Every time they came, I would stop doing what I was doing, whatever it was that I was doing, and it was time consuming. I don't have time to stop every time. I don't own a sari store. I'm not selling this stuff. I was giving it away. Then the audacity of some of the people locally were, give me that. They don't say please and thank you here like we say it in America. So when I say, they said, give me one bag. And they weren't talking about like a bag, like 20 pieces that I would have like a separate plastic bag. They were talking about like 50 pieces or 100 pieces. That's, to them, that's a bag. Give me one bag of candy. They don't even say please. Give me one bag of candy. This way, we don't have to come back every day. They're doing me a favor. They were doing me a favor. That just became problematic. So I did not stop giving out candy because Mr. Battaglia said he was going to call the police. I don't care if he calls the police on me about me giving candy to the children. Every adult and every child in the neighborhood has been getting candy pretty much most of the year for the last 6.5 years. So this isn't something new. I was known as the guy who gives away candy, aside from other things. So he makes a big deal out of that. I make no big deal out of it at all. I have no problem. Even the police, I gave candy to. Even when I went, if I saw police, I would go to, when I went to the police station, I'd throw a handful of candy on the counter. They all know I give candy to people. It's no big deal. But to get back onto subject matter, he has refused to answer the door, or he's not home. The tenants have tried to serve him the papers, so he's either hiding or he's not home. Or they've heard him in the house, and then they knock on the door, and no one answers. So they told me that he's hiding in his closet. And I'm going, well, I mean, you know, if he's in the closet, I mean, what could you do? You can't open the door. Link where I can. Okay, thanks, Andrew. So let me give you that information where you can look up this case number. So to digress, I have several videos of Frank Battaglia talking about my penis being small, not being big enough to be, for myself to be called a man, Why he does this, I don't know. I've had numerous conversations with people. The bottom line is they think there's something wrong inside Mr. Battaglia's head. And I would agree. I mean, he spoke about my penis for 5 hours last week. I think that's borderline obsession, no? So let me get the link that Andrew mentioned. Here, I have to close this window out and minimize this link. Okay, okay, Andrew posted the link. Thank you, Andrew. So I have a video here that I will be passing along. Hawaii 50. Well, I love that name, but I saw your comment, a real man comment. I saw that, and that pissed off the governor. The governor, that guy is such a piece of garbage. Do you remember the governor was Mr. Battaglia's best friend for years? Well, and him and Gogo Bobo's sister yesterday, they both spoke down to me about me being messed up in the head. One said I was a cheap tightwad, but used a different word. And that's the governor. Now, hey, Jack. Hey, buddy, how are you? Jack Thompson is in the house, baby. The jackhammer is in the house. Oh, I shouldn't mention the jackhammer. He'll be contacting you, wanting to know why you're called the jackhammer. Sorry, Jack. So he's probably got a Woody already just from the jackhammer being on there, just fantasizing about the jackhammer. So this is getting really, really crazy now, you know. So, digressing back to the governor and Gogo Bobo's sister. First of all, you two guys are troll accounts. You don't have your name. There's no videos. There's no who you are. Although I do know where one of you live. And if I ever go back to America, I plan on visiting you for lunch, of course. So don't think I forgot about that. My friend the farmer will bring me straight to your house so we can have lunch together. Not a problem. So the governor called me a tightwad and said that I threw the governor off my channel because he didn't give me money for Super Chat or give me money. No, I threw the governor off my channel because he was making comments that I didn't agree with. And then I said to myself, I don't need you on my channel. And then I said it to him, I don't need you on my channel. You're not my friend. I don't know who you are. You could be Mr. Frank Battaglia for all I know, pretending to be the governor. And I don't want you on my channel because of the comments I didn't agree with. So I threw him off my channel because he made comments I didn't agree with. And then on top of that, I said, on top of that, you never gave me any money, so you're not my friend. You don't help me buy supplies. You don't help me buy camera. The camera that I bought, the cell phone, and the computer, I spent 115,000 pesos, $2,300 on a phone, a computer. No, more than that. I spent 75,000, 1,500. Yeah, I spent 75 and 30 is 115,000 pesos, and then 5,000 pesos on a drive. More, 7,000 pesos on a drive. So I spent 122,000 pesos. That's $1,400 on equipment in the last 6 months. Does the governor give me any of that money to reimburse me so you people could watch my live streams? No. He's not my friend. He's not my Patreon member. I don't owe the governor or Gogo Bobo's sister anything except lunch. Because if I go back to America and I go to visit my friend the farmer, you and I have a lunch date. So that's all I could say. And so Hawaii 50, I like that name. Thank you. Now, we have other people that are going to be supplying us with videos that are going to go to... Okay, so right now, as it stands, the tenants do, in fact, have a lawyer. That's a fact. And I am in direct contact with the tenants at this time. And they are absolutely livid that the police were notified on or about March 8th about this case, and the police did not bring it to their attention. And it's my understanding that the police department itself can be sued for negligence, especially if, and this is a big if it is found out that this happened again at any time after the original content went up. If there was any more contact with the child, and any kind of harmful contact, that would be, which no one can say happened. So don't say it happened, don't say it probably happened, don't speculate on this. But they're going to interview the child. It's going to be done professionally. And right now they had to leave their house because they're in fear from all the rantings and insanity that they heard through the walls yesterday and this morning. They are in fear of their lives. Right now, they left the house for 2 days to give it time to calm down, and they're also going to try to get the police to serve the papers. So, Mr. Battaglia, you could be upset about this, but you brought this upon yourself. You made a video with the belief that you have about everything, that you can do anything to anybody at any time because you don't show your face in the video. Now, you got away with that in the Philippines. You did get away with that on a technicality, but it's not going to work like that in America. I doubt very much it's going to work like that there. So what are the possibilities? Let's bring in the judge. The judge. All rise. All rise. The Honorable Judge. The Honorable Judge is in the house. All rise. And this is his gavel. His gavel is the original. The original of Doom. The original Hodum. This is the judge's gavel. So what are the possibilities there, Judge Balmer? Well, we could send him to the bottom of the top of the bottom of the flat earth. Hit the gavel 3 times. Dunk, dunk, dunk. Oh my God. You mean you could put him, we could put him in the bottom of the top of the bottom of the flat earth, and that's where he will stay. He will stay there. Oh my God. Is this really possible? Yeah, I striked the gavel. I striked the DOD. I striked it. It's possible. Oh my God. What are the other possibilities, Mr. Balmer? Well, he could be. He could have a restraining order that says he's 1,000 feet minimum between him and the tenants. Is that possible? Oh, yes. Oh, yes, indeed. It's possible that in the restraining order there's a distance, and he might have to leave the premises, leaving the premises for a place at least 1,000 feet away. It's possible. We don't know. We haven't seen the restraining order. We'll have a copy of that ASAP. So then, Mr. Balmer, if it's in the restraining order, and if he gets served with the restraining order, Mr. Obama is an expert on restraining orders. He had one on Mr. Larry Sinclair back in the day. He did, but it was more like he was restraining anyway. So he could say, the restraining order could say 1,000 feet minimum distance, at which point Mr. Battaglia will have to move out of the house. out of the house. And that's possible, but we don't know that yet. And right now, what do you think? What do you think Mr. Battaglia is doing right now, Judge Balmer? Oh, Michael Fazio. Oh, Michael Fazio. If I had to take a guess, Mr. Battaglia is very upset with himself because he had the opportunity to go partners and team up with a dead Australian kangaroo to take care of Fazio several months ago. And several months ago he did not team up with a dead Australian kangaroo. But right now I would say that's the highest probability on his mind, is that he wishes several months ago that he teamed up with the dead Australian kangaroo and took care of the Fazio. Are you serious, Mr. Balmer? I would think, you asked what I would think. I would think that would be the most important thing on his mind right now, would be to backtrack and to go back with the dead Australian kangaroo and take care of the Fazio back when he had the opportunity to do that. I think that's what you asked, and I told you what I think, and you questioned my motives. No, sir. I don't question your motives at all. I would, after listening to your, the accuracy of your voice and the tone of your voice, I agree that that's a possibility. That's a possibility. Are there any other possibilities, Mr. Balmer? Yes, there are possibilities. He could leave the house until the neighbors find a new place to live, and he could pay for all the moving expenses and a couple of months rent and some security. But he can't do that until after the court, because if he tries to make an offer like that, it would be considered extortion, and we know that he would never do anything like that. He's a very law-busting citizen. So he could do that, but the tenants have no place to go. So he might have to leave for a while and get a room, which would be an improvement. Maybe his attitude would change a little bit. Maybe. I gotta read the comments. Hold on a minute. Mr. Balmer, it's been very nice to see you again. Do you want to do anything? I want to strike the gavel. You mean you want to strike the gavel? You want again? Okay, go ahead. Please rise. The Honorable Judge Balmer is leaving the courtroom. Oh, that was a big one. Oof, he probably got a woody from that one, in the wood with the woody. Oh, okay, so if you have something, you come back in a few minutes, okay? Salamat. So we did have, we had a special guest, Judge Balmer, and I gotta figure out how to get this live stream on my page. I've been really busy the last few minutes. It's hard. I'm multitasking here. You know that I'm multitasking. So I want to talk about a few other things that Mr. Battaglia. Judge Judy got nothing on Judge Balmer. Judge Judy, God, I remember those judge shows from the 80s or 90s or whatever that was. What a load of crap that was. That all those people got paid to be on the show. Right now, I've never watched. I've watched probably 5 or 6 of those shows, but it's not what I don't actually like watching that kind of crap. I don't really
I
watch.
don't actually like watching that kind of crime.
All right, I got comments here. Whoa, Jack Thompson is in the house. Okay, so Andrew Steinmetz, he put on Hawaii 50. Salamat. And the link, Andrew put the link up where you could find the case number on the page. And this is a legal, this is public record. Do you remember when Mr. Battaglia was posting my police record as a public record? And where I lived, he said it was public record. I don't know if it is or not where I live. I don't know. I don't know that I don't know how the Philippines works if you find out, or how he came to the conclusion. But he posted my, he doxed me is what he did, and then blamed it on Pinoy Troll. He blamed that Pinoy Troll had the picture taken. No one knows who took the picture, but he was the one who posted it on his channel. Now, when I went to the police with that, disclaimer, that's what he did. Disclaimer, that's what he did. He blamed it on Pinoy Troll, because he's a coward. We know that. He's a coward. And and when he did that, you know what I did? In retrospect, when he doxed where I lived by posting the name of the hotel next door to me, I made public videos from that day on where I lived. I don't care if people know where I lived. The only reason at all that I ever didn't tell people where I lived, the I court. Prompt moves to I asked the court for clemency. Let me get to the comments in a minute. The Mudroom Man lives on I don't know if it's called Crackhead Lane, but that part of Hawaii is very well known for ice, crystal meth. That is one of the most rampant drugs in the Hawaiian Islands, especially the Big Island. Living the life in the closet. So he is Hawaii 50. I love that name. So he's gonna have some splaining to do. One thing that I'm pretty sure, I spoke with a high-ranking police official, and they said that the police department there, after they find the case number that was filed on or about March 8th, and the fact that the police officer did not follow up by notifying the children's parents, and the fact that CPS, Child Protection Services, did not follow up, yes, that they could be possibly liable for $100 million lawsuit. That's possible to bring against them any amount of money if it's been proven that the child has been in any way, shape, or form maligned. If that's proven, the police department is liable for that, and they would have quite the lawsuit. So, Mr. Battaglia, if you're listening, what else would you be doing? I'll give you some more information in a few minutes. So the hammer is always lurking. Thank you for stopping by, Jack Hammer. Mr. Obama is an expert on restraining orders. He had one on Mr. Larry Sinclair back in the day. He did. The doxers sometime become doxed. Oh, so that's one of the things I wanted to talk about. Do you know that man spoke about my mushroom-sized penis for 5 hours 2 weeks ago? And now, the karma chameleon. If this isn't a karma chameleon, if this isn't karma, Mr. Battaglia, you want to understand what karma is? The fact that you talked about my mushroom-sized penis for 5 hours 2 weeks ago, and the fact that just around that time, the documents that were not sent out by me, I did not have anything to do with that. There's no tracing that back to me, so don't blame that crap on me. the documents with the thumb drives that you mentioned in your video the other day, they did in fact happen. And I told you that you should be very wary months ago that somebody doesn't bring you to the attention of the neighbors. Now those documents did not come from the Philippines, nor could my fingerprints or any kind of digital fingerprints be on those documents from me. So don't blame me for that. You brought my name into that the other day, that somehow the dead kangaroo Warren and myself had conspired to send that crap to your neighbors. That's slander. That's outright slander. That's a lie. There's no digital tracking of anything that has anything to do. You could forensically check my IP address and whatever was written in that document. I never saw the document. Whatever was written in that document, let me tell you, Mr. Battaglia, how this works. A computer forensics expert could find out who wrote that document and who sent it through the mail. But it wasn't me. And if it was Warren, well, it'll go back to Warren. But don't blame me and Warren for something I had nothing to do with. That's slander. That is slander. And I'm going to follow up on your false claims as well. Don't think that you're getting a pass on this. You're not getting a pass on this. You're not going to get a pass on this. This one, you're going to get a lawyer and you're going to go to court. They have a lawyer and they're bringing you to court. Don't make any kind of judgment that you're going to worm your way out of this like you did in the Philippines, because your face isn't there. In America, they do voice recognition. So this is on you. The onus is on you. That you don't answer the door. In Florida, they would come and serve you 3 times, a process server, and I was a process server for a short period of time. And if someone refused to take the paperwork, I would go to the sheriff's office and hand them my paperwork that I got. I worked for a lawyer. A lawyer would give me paperwork to serve people to go to court. And if I went there 3 times, I got paid $50 for each visit to the house for my time, gas, and my wage for the hour. And on the 3rd attempt, I would go back to the lawyer and say that they refused or no one was there. And the lawyer would bring that to the attention of the sheriff. And then the sheriff would go to the house with a big sticky thing with the information on there. You have been served. You must appear in court. And they would put that right on, not the door, but the door handle and the door. So you couldn't touch the door handle without getting in there. So don't think that you're going to get away with this because you didn't take, because you're not home and you didn't take the process server papers. It's just going to get passed on to a higher authority, and you'll take it then. Now, I don't know what's in the process paperwork, and if I did, I don't think I could post that, but it could be that you have to stay 500 feet away from the tenants. That's possible. I don't know that it is in the paperwork. Well, I do have mail. Let me check to see if that question was answered. Well, that is possible that there would only be a slap on the wrist. I did get some mail, but not from the tenant. And another person that's involved with this said that he think a more likely outcome. You people can leave your opinions. A third party that has nothing to do with me or the tenants per se, just somebody that I know from YouTube, said it could be that he'll just get a slap on the wrist. I don't think I don't know. I don't think I know enough about the law to make a decision like that, but I don't think a slap on the wrist is justifiable. I think the Japanese tradition of the hairy carry thing. I think that would be an option. That's when they take a large watermelon, they put hair on it, and they name the watermelon carry. They have a hairy carry, and you have to eat that watermelon within like 30 minutes. It's a food thing they do in Japan. It's a hairy carry. It's different than the other thing that sounds like that, but I don't know. We don't know. Oops. Okay, oops. We have a oops there, and we have a oops over there. And here we're back. Okay, so the doxers sometimes become docs, says Scott Del Fuego. That's true. Oh, ravioli orange buttocks is in the house. Hey, how you doing, orange buttocks? Hey, you know where that, remember the old, in the 1980s, you would do something or say something, and then or somebody would do something and say something to you, or you would, and then they would say, hey, how do you like me now? How do you like me now? How do you like me now? I'm like the government. I'm here to help. And this, I'm going to have a public service announcement. I have 4 more public service announcements to do. One of them is going to be on, one of them is going to be on, I don't do it. One of them is going to be on incest. What do you do if you find one of your members of your family having a sexual relationship with a member of your family, or child, or a niece, or something like that? I have a public service announcement coming up on that, and a show, and I'm gonna provide links, and what you should do if you walk in on a family member having sex with an underage child. Of course, the first thing that you should do is close the door, right? You should close the door, right? That would be what you would do, right? I don't know what I would do. I'm pretty sure I know what I would do, but I can't say that. Not on YouTube. But, and of course, you would bring it. The next thing you would do is to go to work and talk about it with your coworkers. That would be what you would do, right? Not me. I mean, the people of YouTube. That would be something you would do. That'd be the natural thing. Would be not to say anything to the members of the family that were having, incestual relationships. You wouldn't do that. No, you would go to work and discuss it with human resources. I mean, that's what some people would do, because they would take a few deep breaths and then, work it out inside their head. Now, I have a public service announcement of some places you could go for that, and the next 3 steps that you should take after you, if ever you ever see an event like that. I have a public service announcement coming up to help people that have been victims of family incest. And I don't know. The only person I know that ever happened to was my friend Leanne. I grew up with a girl named Leanne Rickenbacker. Poor girl. I'll tell that story when I do the incest, because that's what the story is really about. But let me get back to the comments. That's a sad story. I never seen a judge wear a pink bonnet. Hey, it's a we sure, are we sure, Miss? Yeah, he was a constitutional lawyer, Dr. Page. He was a constitutional lawyer. Don't you remember he had his law license taken away from him, and also his wife, because she lied about something? Yeah, he was a constitutional lawyer. He could be the judge in a case like this. Jack, we moved to dismiss this case on the grounds of pedophilia, and my client Pronk asks for help from the court. He admits to his wrongdoings. That's not true. You can't say that. We'll strike that from the record. Doom, doom, doom. The judge has stricken that from the record. We got to get rid of that. Strike that from the record. I'm going to remove that comment. You can't say shit like that on my page. Okay, so that comment was not allowed. Jack Thompson, LOL. Disclaimer. He can ask the court for leniency, but you can't have that kind of crap on my page. That's not. I'm sure it's already copied and pasted in a document that he has. But do you know the Mudroom Man lives on Crackhead Lane? Well, I don't know that part of the Hawaii. I don't know, but I will tell you that I did some research about Hilo, Hilo, Hawaii. There was ice, crystal meth. There was rampant drug addiction on that island. Hawaii 5-0, living the life in the closet. He is. It'll Andrew Steinmetz. So this guy is good. It'll be Mr. Battaglia after he drops the soap in the 9x9. You know, this could be a win-win for him. This could be a win-win for him. He could go and no one would know. Well, almost no one. Just the general population would know. But he could go have the, he could have. So he's going to make a run to Mr. Donuts. Oh, he's Hawaii 5-0. So what Hawaii 5-0 was saying is that if he buys the judge in Hawaii, the prosecuting attorney in Hawaii, and the police in Hawaii, if he buys them donuts, they'll dismiss the case. It doesn't work like that in Hawaii. There are Scott Del Fuego. Thank you for Hawaii 5-0 for reminding me. Yeah, he actually said that if you buy the police in the Philippines donuts, and then he bought them cake, and he came back later on with more soda and stuff like that. He said they'll do anything for you if you give them gifts. He said that. I have that video recorded, by the way. There are people in this world that are infected by evil and malaise. Malaise is a word that I learned from Pink Floyd. The creeping malaise. That was the name of, that was the wording in a song on the Animals Island. And they were talking about the evil people in the government. This creeping malaise. It's in the song of Psalms 23. It's on that song. There are people in this world that are infected by evil and malaise and seem to bring it with them and infest anything they touch. So what Scott is saying is that no matter where this man goes, he tries to destroy other people's lives and take up their valuable time doing so. And he's done this for years. He's gotten away with this. Now, one thing I'd like to mention is that Mr. Battaglia has said that no one and nothing will ever get him off of YouTube. But apparently, he has gone dark for the last couple of days and may not come back on until, of course, this blows over, so to speak. Because it's possible that this will just be turned to nothing. The email I just got is from an interested party, but not part of the case, saying that more likely that he'll just get a slap on the wrist. I don't know about that. The tenant is very adamant about following up that the police did not notify her. So I don't think it's going to go away that easy. If she follows up with the fact that the police were notified and there's a real case number on file and they didn't notify her, it's not going to go away that easy. But I'm not a judge. I'm not a constitutional lawyer like Mr. Obama. Imagine your downfall being another man's mushroom-sized penis. Wow, what a legacy. it's the karma chameleon. He spoke about the mushroom-sized penis so much that he created a karma chameleon mushroom event. Probably the greatest bring down of a YouTuber by the smallest of mushrooms in the whole world, according to Mr. Battaglia, that I have the smallest penis. It doesn't even qualify me to be a man. That's the video I just sent to them, and I don't remember the name of that video. Hey, Semilacron, how you doing? Thanks for stopping by. I don't remember the name of the video, the original name, because I have it somewhere in my files, but there was a video of him talked about my penis for 40 minutes. Karma chameleon mushroom event. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't. The humor. So he was brought down by the tiny mushroom. So this is Karma Chameleon Mushroom Event Day, I guess. The ravioli buttocks is in the funk now. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Scott says, I know what Ben Cartwright of Bonanza would have done if some weirdo would have dragged little Joe into a closet and forced him. Yeah, you know, that is, see, this is the part. Now, a friend of mine who's a high-ranking police officer said that if you take this event to its unnatural potential, not what we believe, not what happened, not but what could have possibly happened and has happened in the past throughout history, there could be a lot more to this than just one simple song. It's all speculation, but theoretically speaking, this man, Mr. Battaglia, has made mention that I give children candy and I'm naked all the time. He put those two events together as if I was naked giving the children candy. He worded it in such a way where he said he's always giving the children candy and he's always walking around naked. He didn't say I was naked when he gave the children candy, but if you don't pay attention to the wording, it could sound like I was naked giving the children candy. He has made mention that I give the children candy and I walk around. And is there anyone here? Anybody, even just one person? I would bet, well, I think I have about 500,000 pesos in one bank account. I'll wager that not one person that's watching this show, no judge, no jury member, no lawyer, no plaintiff, no defendant. I bet you there's not a single person in this entire world that hasn't walked around their own personal house naked. Okay? So, he walks around in his house naked. Okay? That sounds pretty reasonable to me. My house, I can do what I want, but I don't walk around naked and give the children candy. But that's what he said. But what he insinuated. This man, there's something wrong. There's something way wrong, in my opinion. There's something way. So in the last month, he's mentioned my penis, the mushroom penis that I have, how big my penis is. It doesn't qualify me to be. He's mentioned that, I would say 1,000 times. I have just 4 or 5 videos where in each video it's mentioned 20 to 40 times. And one of those videos is going to the tenant's lawyers. I'm going to supply them with whatever information I can to help with the case. I'm being honest about that. I'm not going to make no bones about it. And I have, and I'm going to ask other people also if they want more video evidence. But you have to remember, there was a thumb drive sent to a group of people with a letter, and those videos were damning in and of themselves. So there's going to be people coming from every direction with assistance in this matter. So it being a slap on the wrist, I sure would, I wouldn't bet my life on it. Stork, I love Stork's comments. All right, Stork. Regardless of what happens legally, the tenants likely leave, and Orange Man is paying off the mortgage with his Social Security, meaning the concubine in Battaglia needs to pack her things. Well, I mean, that's a hypothetical that could be possible, but then he could always rent that out to somebody else, maybe even for more money. So that's a hypothetical that it might be empty for a few months. At that point, he would lose a few months' rent. But it's a good hypothetical. It's not like you could post something on the front of the house. Well, if this went to court, in Florida, they have a website. You can look up. You can look up certain types of crimes, child molestation crimes. People have to be registered sex offenders in Florida, and you can put a zip code in and then put down regular sex offenders or registered sex offenders, and it'll show you all the registered sex offenders. Now, I doubt it would ever get to that there in Hawaii, but because there is no proof of that. But the apartment could theoretically be empty for a few months. That's possible. Or the case could last a few months, and he would have to get a hotel at about $3,000 a month. That's possible also. Because if there's a restraining order and it's 1,000 feet, if that is the case, he has to go get a hotel room, yeah? So that's a hypothetical. That'd be a possible hypothetical, Stork. Thank you for the comment. Scott Del Fuego, the Karma Chameleon Mushroom. The mushroom, I can't breathe. The Karma Chameleon Mushroom event. I can't breathe. I don't know where that came from. It's like it almost reminds you of a nuclear catastrophe. The Karma Chameleon Mushroom event because of the mushroom cloud. Oh. He won't be paying the rent for that place anymore, says Stork. That's in the Philippines. Well, he might. It depends on how this turns out. I mean, like my friend who's a very high police official said, this could go sideways on him. It's possible for this to go sideways on him if the child is interviewed and there's any kind of discrepancies as to if anything happened. If there was a crime committed, this would go sideways fast. This would not turn out well. And the fact that this man, Mr. Battaglia, talks about Flywood's one, his penis, talks about my penis. He talks about he talks about Obama's penis, how it was a deformed penis. I'd like to get a video of that. I'd like to get one of the video uploads of Obama where he talked about Obama's penis. If someone would like to send that to me, I would offer that to the tenants to show the mental state of consciousness of Mr. Battaglia. Because how many hundreds of times have you heard him say that Obama has a deformed penis? How many hundreds of times? Now, if someone could send me that video, I would appreciate it. I guess I could give you an email address, but I mean, if you have a video, if it's on somebody's channel, like the Dead Kangaroo, he's got hundreds of videos. The Dead Kangaroo probably has that video somewhere. And this is where the Dead Kangaroo would really come in handy. The Dead Kangaroo would come in handy for the mushroom event case, the case of the mushroom event, because the dead kangaroo has 100% recall as to where all this stuff is. The timestamps, the date the video was made, he's got it on record. The dead kangaroo has a memory for this kind of stuff that's amazing. It's just the dead kangaroo, he's an idiot savant when it comes to timestamps and what was said and who said it at what time. I mean, he remembers, like from 6 months ago, him and I would be talking about it. He'd go, "No, wait, I'll get the video," and then go straight to the timestamp. The dead kangaroo, I still think if the dead kangaroo sends me $80,000, I'll bring my Ouija board down to the bottom of the top of the bottom of the flat earth, and I'll seance him back into this world. I'll even seance him back into my world if he sends me $80,000. I mean, for $80,000, we're buds. We could go buddy. He gets the second floor. Well, part of it now, because I raised the price. He gets half the second floor now. But for $80,000, I could bring him back to life. He could start his channel again. But now, if I don't see that money, I can't bring him back to life. I mean, that shit, that takes, you think it's easy to seance somebody, a dead kangaroo, back from the dead, kangaroo land? It's not easy. I have to be over the Ouija board, and I have to have my hands on the Ouija board, and I have to have the Ouija board at the bottom of the top of the bottom of the flat earth. Carl the Vela has to be there. I have to also have the bomber as judge to preside over, because there's going to be consequences for the dead kangaroo on the bottom of the top of the bottom of the flat earth. We have to work all of this out. It's a very time-consuming process. So, but the dead kangaroo has a video of Bomber's crooked penis, I'm sure. So the dead kangaroo, the least he could do as a show of good faith is to give me the link to the man talking about Bomber's deformed penis, so I could pass it on to whomever might want it. I mean, you owe me that much, dead kangaroo man. And for $80,000, I'll revive you back into this world. I'll get everybody together, and we'll get you back. You get your channel back. You put your name up there. You could send out those Facebook notices like you used to be on Facebook. You could do all that shit. You could be right back in YouTube land. And I'll make sure, like I did, I protected you last time. I'll make sure that everybody accepts you back into the fold when I showed them the deposit for $80,000 into my bank account. I'll make sure that everybody knows that you've paid your dues, dead kangaroo man. So he can now obsess over the large DOD. He can. Who's a molester? He's in the house. Who's a molester? I don't want to shock you, but I shower with no clothes on. That's the point I was making. When the police come here, I begged Mr. Battaglia to follow up on his threat to send the police to my house. I begged him. And I'll tell you why I did that. Okay. Number one, he'd have to put his name on a police report saying that he believes I gave the children candy when I was naked. He can't prove that because it never happened. But then he would be liable to go to court for slander in the Philippines. And he would be seriously liable for that. Because there is no body, no neighbor, no child, no event that ever occurred where there was ever even a child anywhere inside the boundaries of my gate, other than I think I had the gate open one day and I was folding a tarpaulin. Maybe a child stepped on the inside of the gate while there were 15 other children right there when we were folding up the tarpaulin. That might be the only time a child was on the inside of my fence line, but there were 15 children. We were folding up two tarpaulins, or one big tarpaulin. So he cannot prove anything like that. So he would be liable for slander in the Philippines. He would be in more trouble than me because there's nothing to prove. But this is the mental state this man is in. This is something that seriously needs to be addressed. I don't think that the mail that I just got saying he might just get a slap on the wrist, I can hope that it's not the case. I hope they prosecute this to the fullest extent of the law. If there's, I want to see this go all the way. I'm going to do everything in my power to help and assist this to go further. It's not going to go away. If it was up to me, it wouldn't go away. He's been doing this to too many people for too long. Oh, Barry Jordan's deformed penis. Frank Peckerwood having something wrong with his penis, my penis. How many guys' penises can you talk about? I mean, when you think about it, I grew up on the street in New York City with some of the toughest and most famous people in some of the toughest communities in New York. And I don't ever remember having a conversation about that. I mean, first of all, normal people don't talk about other people's penises. They just don't do that. You're born with what you're born with, and everybody understands that's it. That's what it is. But nobody talks about, normal people don't talk about that. Maybe girls do. I don't know. I never heard a girl talk about that before. But I mean, but normal men don't talk. Like, none of my friends ever got together and discussed Jack Thompson's penis. Like when we were on Skype, Jack Thompson's penis never came up in conversation. Even Bomber's penis never came up in conversation. Normal people don't say stuff like that. And that's why I don't think that this is going to go away so easy. Let me get back to the comments here. And so the Who's a Molester says he goes into the shower naked. Why would one consistently spreading evil, causing harm, wishing injury to others, always in a state of misery? Okay, why would one be constantly spreading evil, causing harm, wishing injury on others? And then Scott Del Fuego provides a link, a Wikipedia link. Oh yeah, I agree that there are reasons for that. And one of the biggest reasons of a person that's always talking about other people's genitalia, I did a little research on this for some of my upcoming public announcements. Here to help. I'm here to help. Public notices that, like the one I talked about before. If you come home and you find your brother or another family member having sex with a child in your house, that there are places you can go to seek not just mental help for the child and or your brother or other family member. There are places you can go because inside your head you're going to be messed up now in your head for life. It'll never go away. When I had the conversation with my parents as to why Leanne and her family moved away to Maine, that's where they moved to, and my dad and mom sat me down and told me what was going on with her father and the other siblings, and the mother was involved also. I never forgot that conversation. I remember where I was sitting. I remember who was in the room with me and my mom and dad. I remember where they were sitting, and I remember the conversation. And I remember my dad telling me how sick it was and that he didn't know what went on even though they live next door to us. And that the reason he moved to Maine was because one of the family members somehow found out that the father was having a relationship, an incestual relationship with one of the daughters. And they had that happened, and he put his house up for sale and moved to Maine, to a bum F nowhere place in Maine. The population was, I think, 18 or 20. It's called Starks, S-T-A-R-K, Starks, Maine. Route 2. I think it was Route 2. It was RFD 1, Starks, Maine. That was the address. RFD 1, Starks, Maine. And because I used to write her letters, but I had no idea why they moved. And then I went there, and when I was in high school, but I still had no idea that had happened. And when I came back, that was when my mom and dad sat me down and told me what went on between the family. There was incest in the family. And I never forgot that. So now it didn't traumatize me because it wasn't me, but it had an impact on me that my dad explained how wrong it was. So I want to do a public service announcement where if you come home and find some sort of incest going on with your family member, I want to be able to provide you with the links, like Scott just provided us with the link. So let's take a look at that. His next order, Hawaii 50, says pizza with no mushroom. Let's see what Scott has to say here. Let's get that loaded, and I might even turn. Demonic possession. This is true. So there are a couple of reasons for someone that does this kind of evil malaise, the creeping malaise that Scott talked about before. Demonic possession. Now, I've said this before. Now, I've brought this up saying that no normal person could do this. I mean, this is beyond the pale when it comes to normalcy. You could kid around about certain things, but this evil, this malaise that Scott talked about, this is real. And demonic possession has its part in this world. All you have to do is just look at George Herbert Walker Bush. Killed millions. He knew about the New World Order in 1990. He sold America to the Talmud Jews. This is demonic evil. This is real. And I've also said that under the right conditions, in less than 5 minutes, you could sell your soul to the devil for success. And it's possible that some people have done that for YouTube fame and glory, even though it's all negative. Attention is attention. Now, I don't know how to make you understand, but some people don't care if the attention is positive or negative as long as they're getting attention. He might be rubbing one off. Someone might be rubbing one off right now because we're talking about demonic possession. It might give him, sexual arousal. It could be. So Scott says demonic possession from Wikipedia. This article is subject, okay. Demonic possession involves the belief that a spirit, demon, or other entity can control a person's actions. Well, it's true. Look at all the famous singers. Lady Gaga, Madonna, they all do this. George W. Bush did this. Obama did this. Trump did this. Jeff Bezos does this. Bill Gates does this. This is a sign that says you are a member of a satanic cult. This is why you saw this at the G20 summit with all the people from the G20 and the G8 summit. They all do this. They are all part of a demonic cult. You might see them holding their hand down on the desk with their fingers like this. Sometimes it's a little bit less pronounced. That is an outward, blatant, physical sign that you are part of a demonic group. Now, the governments of this world are all associated with that. I don't care who you are. I don't care. You hear this piece of garbage, Ted Cruz. We're going to do this, and they never do anything. It's all one big club, like George Carlin said, and we ain't in it. So, those who believe themselves to be possessed commonly claim symptoms of demonic possession, including missing memories. Well, that would be something that certain people that were talked about on this show have. They have no recollection of what they say at all. I mean, even though I show people that I owned a barge for 11 years, I still get dismissed as I never owned a barge. What the hell was I doing with a barge? I owned an ocean racer, but I hear people say I never owned an ocean racer. What was the ocean racer doing with the name of my business in back of my house? He forgets. So anyway, that link, let's get that link up there so you guys can look at this up for yourselves, because there's a lot to read about demonic possession, believe me. And it's in every religion. So 488 societies worldwide, that 74% believe in spirit possession. So of the religious philosophies and beliefs, 375 believe in demonic possession. It's real. I will tell you it's real. I spent 3 years studying tantric yoga and Buddhist meditation. Possession of one's soul by demonic entities is very real, very real. You can actually feel when someone is possessed and in the spirit, so to speak. It's very real. And I'm not kidding that there are books, and you go into a Wicca store, black magic, witches coven store, and you can buy a book on how to sell your soul to the devil. And it takes about 5 minutes. That's all it takes. And then you could be gifted with whatever it is that you wanted, but you sell your soul. I mean, Bob Dylan said he sold his soul. This is real. Bob Dylan was not kidding around about that. Led Zeppelin, if you go to their album with the weird signs on like the symbols, the Immigration album, I think it is, the one where it's in colors, it's the different symbols, there's 4 symbols, supposed to be the band members. Those are all demonic possession symbols from an ancient text. It all represents demonic possession. And that the band Led Zeppelin, supposedly they all sold their soul for fame and glory. So it's not just the people that you see, Madonna and all those other people, all of them, Tom Cruise, the other guy, John Travolta, they're all part of that crap. You can't even become famous in Hollywood without being part of that type of a cult, one cult or the other. In fact, a lot of John Travolta made it perfectly clear he would have never become famous if he didn't have sex with the men who produced the movies that made him famous with. That's true. That's what John Travolta said. You can look it up. It's factual. So let me go back to the comments. A real man has to use every shred of self-control, every ounce of restraint, to not take the solution into his own hands when confronted by the evil of adults harming children, even if not their own. That's true. In fact, Well, I can't say that. that would be bad, but I agree. That's something we fundamentally agree on, Michael. There is evil so deep that there is no other explanation. It is true. The demonic aspect of this world. I mean, all you have to do if you want to see demonic possession is watch any debate in Congress, how they go back and forth and talk to each other. Well, and the honorable, just piece of garbage. What's that guy's name? Not Ted Cruz. There was a guy, Dick Durbin. He is one of the most evil people that has ever sat in a congressional chair, or whatever he's in, the Senate. And you listen to him talk, and he goes, well, I want to thank both sides of the aisle for listening to my... And they talk about nothing for about 35 seconds. They only have 2 minutes to talk. And then they debate something over and over and over and over and over. And 50 people all agree that what happened should not have happened. And nothing happens at the end of the day to change it. They just all agreed. That's evil. They're getting paid $2,000 a day to stroke you. And they do nothing to make things better. You can't even... You watch their debates. Just watch their debate. And now they don't even have debates in public anymore. One person goes in the room and there aren't anybody else in the chamber. They're supposed to be watching. You know, from an outside room, they're all probably freaking partying. There's no honesty. There's no more honor in politics. These are people that are possessed by evil. This is why they have the understanding. This is the New World Order. It's evil. It's evil incarnate. It's taken over. It's why we're in the position we're in now. It's why we're all watching Michael Fazio on YouTube. Because there isn't anything else to do. What else is there to do? I can't go swimming. Oh, this is another thing. This guy, Mr. Battaglia, he talks about the infection on my leg day after day after day, calls it an infestus pustule, that I should seek professional. I've been to 8 doctors. I should seek professional help. I've been to 8 doctors. I've had 3 blood tests. They can't find anything wrong. It's the food. But that's not the point. The point is this man is obsessed with every small imperfection in anybody's personality. He has to exploit it to the umpteenth degree. If he talked about my infection on my foot once, he's talked about it 10,000 times. I'd bet my life on that. He's obsessed with the infection on my leg and my foot, and the size of my stomach, the size of my breasts, the size of my penis, my shack. I mean, how could he say that I went to the beach and found pieces of wood to build the house? That's not true. There are videos of me with brand new piles of sheets of lumber and wood. He knows it's not true, but he lies because there is something definitively evil in his persona. I wouldn't say he sold his soul to the devil. I would not say that because he's not successful enough. That would require a whole... But I would say that he has very little left to offer to sell to the devil. There's not much there. And the fact that he talks about everybody's deformed penis or the size of their penis, or that do you understand how sick this is? That, okay, so I'm not going to make any bones about this. I stopped watching channels where the people, I don't know who they are. on the channel. If there's 10 people commenting and I can't find any channel with any content, I just don't watch that crap anymore. So with Flywood's channel, I used to watch it. I used to get some enjoyment out of it, just mostly entertainment. But this man, Mr. Battaglia, because Frank Flywood's one, that's Frank's real name, Frank Flywood's one, because his girlfriend Ruby, well, look at my face. My one eye is a little bit droopy. My dad had the same droopy eyes and socket. Okay, so I am deformed. That's why he calls me melted candle face. Not to my face, though. See, that's because if he did that to my face, it would just only happen one time. It would never happen again. That I could assure you. And but he's on this kick about Ruby's face not being symmetrical. So what? So what that her face isn't symmetrical? You don't have to look at it, but he does have to look at it because he's there's something seriously mentally wrong with the man. This isn't hypothetical anymore. He has said that Ruby wears too much makeup. Well, what does he care about that? She has a large buttocks. Well, don't watch it. See, now 3 weeks ago or whatever it was, I said I won't watch that channel anymore because everybody on there is fake. I've never went back to, I unsubscribed and I've never gone back to the channel. You don't want something, don't watch it. But he goes there so he could make a story. And just remember one more thing I'm about to tell you. Every time he says he's going to stop talking about somebody, he starts talking about somebody else. And when he goes off YouTube for a week, he comes back on, and if he hasn't talked about somebody like Big Kevin for 6 months, he starts talking about Big Kevin. He can't stop. It's one of the expressions I've sent to everybody. He can't stop. He can't stop. And he says everybody else is obsessed about him. Well, we just want him to go away. And I mean really go away. We just want him to go away, go off YouTube, stop, and then everybody else will stop. There won't be anything to talk. But he can't. So now he's put himself in a position where finally somebody's doing something legal. And it might turn into something wonderful and it might not. But in the meantime, he embarrassed himself and he knows he did wrong. This is factual, okay? Because the police did go to his house on or about March 8th. He knows that having a child in the room with him was probably not a good idea. Not that he did anything to the child, except talked about things he probably shouldn't have talked about, but he knows that that was wrong because he never happened again, did it? So he's not completely unaware of what he does. He did get visited by the police on or about March 8th. And he hid from them at that point. He hid again from them. He hid from them, and his brother said that he wasn't home. And then he made a joke about it later on, that him and the police, they were just laughing about it in the driveway. I doubt that. But that's the kind of guy he is. He just thinks things that he does no wrong. No matter what he says, he could talk about Ruby's lopsided face for hours on end, and he does, when it's not a real important issue. It's not what Ruby does with her makeup. First of all, Ruby has no malice in her heart. This guy has malice in his heart. Ruby just responds to him as best she can. She has no clear understanding of how actually evil some of the stuff that Mr. Battaglia does to her. It's just wrong, that he talks about her endlessly because it bothers her. See, and he could do that. He gets away with it because, well, he gets away with it. He got away with it. I can't say why he got away with it. All I know is that when he comes back to the Philippines, he's got more. He's going to deal with more legal issues. More. Guarantee it. Guarantee it. I guarantee it. It's going to happen. So the fact that he's going to get a lawyer now, he's got to have a lawyer. I talked with a high level police officer. I said, can he go to the hearing without a lawyer? He goes, he could, but he probably shouldn't. So now it's going to cost him for a lawyer there for however long this goes on. If it could go on for more than just a day, I don't know. I don't know how that works, but and then he's going to have to deal with another lawyer when he gets back here. That's fact. Don't tell me that you got this and you got. I don't care what you got. I don't care what you got. And don't say that I don't have the money for a lawyer. I got the money for a lawyer, but I don't need a lawyer though. I have other representation. So don't be spewing out all that stuff that you're going to do this and you're going to do that, and just come back to the Philippines if you can, and then you'll see what will happen to you when you get back here. We're going back to court. We're going back to court, you and me. Next time, there's going to be videos with the face, so the no face, no case rule out the window. Next time, and it's going to be an hour-long, 56-minute, 11-second video called She Got Bling in your kitchen, at your kitchen table, with your partner. That's one. And then we have the one where you insinuated that all my neighbors should be notified that I might be doing something harmful to the children. That's insinuating pedophilia on your behalf. That's a crime in the Philippines. Not allowed to say it, not allowed to insinuate it. You could have reported that to the police. You could have done that, but no, you went sideways on me one day and said that he might be doing things to the children. This is something that his neighbors have to bring to the attention of the police. No, you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to do that. That's against the law. That one's going into the case file. You're not allowed to do that. And don't worry about no case, no face on these, because it's going through a different agency. You're going back to court when you get back here. Your best bet is to stay put. That's your best bet. But you'll do what you want because you think, and if you're such a tough guy, and no one's ever gotten you off of YouTube, how come we haven't seen hide nor hair of you in 5 days now? And you took all your video content down. This channel has no content. How did it work out that no one could get me off of YouTube, and yet a simple little mushroom man ditty that you sang to an 8-year-old child, that got you off YouTube, didn't it? The Mushroom Man, the Mushroom Man, the Mushroom Man video knocked you off of YouTube. How do you like me now? That's the karma, mushroom karma. You created mushroom, karmic event. Ha, ha, ha. So, let's, okay, we're getting into some, the album was untitled, that's right, and eventually came to be known as Led Zeppelin 4. Okay, that's the one with the symbols on it. And Jimmy Page interviewed that he insinuated that he sold, him and the rest of the band did sell their souls, their immortal souls to, it wasn't the devil, but it was an entity for fame and fortune. I saw the interview about 3 months ago. LOL, piece of garbage. When talking about congressmen doesn't really narrow it down. That was that guy Dick Durbin. I mean, anyway, they're all garbage. Master. The master is in the house. If this mushroom video is real, something will happen because a child was involved. Oh, that's the... All right, Mushroom Man, to back up a little bit. I mean, not Mushroom Man. Master. In Master. I like that name, Master. Somebody, now it was not me, somebody did the following. Somebody took some of the more egregious videos by Mr. Frank Battaglia and put them on a thumb drive. Approximately 10, from my understanding. I don't know how many there were, but approximately 10, maybe more. And then with an accompanying letter to the thumb drive videos, it explained what was on each video. And then they took those thumb drives and letters. Now, I don't know where they originated from, because Mr. Battaglia said they had American postmarks on them, but somebody took those videos and thumb drives and sent those videos and thumb drives out to the neighbors. And that's how the tenants found out about the Mushroom Man video, and how Mr. Battaglia was talking to an 8-year-old child about another man's penis, that he has a very small mushroom. Now, he did not say penis, but he was trying to explain the Mushroom Man song to a child. We don't know what he was doing with his hands or what he was pointing at. We don't know that. That's why the child needs to be interviewed by professionals. And that's what's going to happen, because that's what the parents want at this point. They want that to happen. And so that was the Mushroom Man video is real. Now, I will not give you my copy of it, because that's on a separate channel. It's only for the police and or the prosecutor. I have videos that are recorded that are not public, and they're only for the authorities. So, but somebody else must have the Mushroom Man video. And Scott Del Fuego's given Passport TV a big shout out. I can't watch a Passport TV video of him yelling without breaking out into an actual laughter. Passport TV put a video up, I don't know, months ago, and I go there to the video. I forgot the name of the video. I'm not good with video names, and I can't stop laughing either. Yeah. I remember the one where he's kissing his partner, and Passport TV has the gagging in the background. I go ape nuts over that video. That has got to be one of the funniest videos I've ever seen, because I watched that actually happen in real life, and I'm going, did she just do that? And she did. And Passport, when he put it up on his channel, that has to be one of the funniest. It doesn't matter when I watch it, I laugh. And if you saw it live, you saw it happen. You saw it happen. It was one of the funniest video clips I ever saw in my entire life, and I watched it live. I remember that day. Hawaii 50. Each half of most faces are different. Yes, it's actually quite rare to have a perfectly symmetrical face. I mean, it just doesn't happen in nature the same way it does in art. The art world. I mean, you could make something symmetrical, but in nature, in human beings, each person's face is unique in and of itself, and the sides of their face are different always. Not always, but I mean, one eye is a little droopy, one eye could be a quarter of a centimeter bigger than the other eye, one nostril is up a little bit or down a little bit. You look at you could look at any aspect of the face. When I was going to be a police officer, that was one of the tests I had to take to qualify to take the test to be a police officer. You had to view a person's face or their ears for like 10 seconds. And then you had to pick out which face you saw for 10 seconds. And then it would give you like 4 options. And you had to remember facial recognition, basically, and especially the earlobes, because the inside of the ear is like a fingerprint. And I remember I passed the test. I probably passed the test by accident, because I don't notice stuff like that. But you have to remember if the earlobe was connected to the ear, or was it away from the ear like that, or did they have a big crevice here, or was it a small crevice? And part of that was facial. Everybody's face is different, so you're right about that. Scott Delfuego says, Michael does not use hyperbole when he speaks of fact. He stated he was filing a case. He filed the case. He was building a hotel. He would build a hotel. He is filing again. He is filing again. It's going to happen. I'm telling you, it's going to happen. I don't even care. I don't even care how much time it takes away from my life or your life, as long as you are involved and you're involved, and as long as you're involved, and I'm going to win this time. There's not going to be a clause, an escape clause, a no case, no face clause. You got so lucky last time. Had you been convicted of what the NBI wanted to convict you of, you would be thrown out of the country. Next time, that might happen. But next time, I'm bringing it to a whole different agency. They don't care whether your face is in the picture or not. Just like Ruby. Ruby has a case against you. They don't care about your face anymore. You insulted a Filipino. You notice how I don't do that. Notice how I don't do that. There is no video of me insulting a Filipina at all. By name, at all. Nothing. But you have hundreds of videos of you insulting many Filipinas. Many. You've insulted the lady called Princess Anne, skate something now. She goes, you insulted her to the most derogatory level of degradation you could possibly imagine. I am surprised somebody hasn't grabbed you and straightened you out. I really am surprised that hasn't happened. I can't even imagine that somebody hasn't had a real conversation, a real man-to-man, a real man-to-real-man conversation with you. I can't imagine that it hasn't happened yet. The fact that you never have taken a beating for all this crap that you've posted on YouTube in your entire life, no one's ever thrown you a beating. You have to be one of the luckiest people in the world. You should play the lotto every day. I can't imagine why no one's ever straightened you out. And Mr. Scott Del Fuego says 287 of the revised penal code, unjust vexation was defined as any person who commits a course of conduct directed at specific person that causes substantial or emotional distress. Now, he did that also to me. He did unjust vexation to me, and through a third party. They don't want to have anything to do with prosecuting him. Otherwise, the penalty in the Philippines for unjust vexation is up to 6 months in jail and up to 1 million pesos. But they just said, we're not going to get involved with that. He got lucky there. If they would have even swore out an affidavit, which they wouldn't do, he would be in court with a lawyer. But they just didn't want to go there. I mean, that's another luck. He lucked out again. That the people that he sent the letter to with his email address, his actual email address that he's been using for 20 years or 10 years or 5 years. The police, it's on record. There's a case filed on it. I filed the case, but it never went anywhere. But he does this unjust vexation. He thinks nothing of it because he gets away with it. Hey, how do you like me now? Aren't you pissed off at yourself now that you and Warren didn't have that thing worked out where you were going to get Fazio? I forgot yet the code word you had for it. I bet you're really pissed off about that, yeah? And I bet you're probably thinking about it still right now, right? I bet you that's what you're thinking about right now. I should have went with Warren on that one. Yeah, you should have. Because wait till you see what happens next. You'll wish that you did, for sure. And again, I told you what would happen if even a bird shit on my door and doesn't leave its social security number so I could make sure the bird that shit on my door was the bird that shit on my door. I told you what would happen. I'm not kidding about that. You remember what I said. You heard it. And I'm serious. So, make it good. Make it stick. Don't screw up. Don't screw up. Because what I said 2 years ago still holds true. Then you'll understand just how much of a mistake you made to not follow through with you and Warren's plan for the demise of Michael Fazio. For the demise. I forgot the code word you used. He said pee-pee. Oh, that's right. He did say pee-pee. I do recall that now. He said pee-pee, demonic possession. Okay, that was the one there. And let's see what that one is. Okay. Unjust vexation. Okay, that's the one in Philippines law. Okay. Unjust vexation. It's a minimum period 1 month to 1 day to 6 months, which is what I said. Well, I had gone to... I brought this... I don't talk about shit that I didn't do. When I say I did it, I did it. I brought this to the police station with the letter. In fact, I could show it to the world right now, but I won't. But I mean, it's an email. It's not... The email was sent to me by the people who the email was sent to, with a letter saying that we don't want to have anything to do with this nut job. Please ask him to stop sending us mail. This guy's been doing this for years. And also, I think it was up to 1 million pesos in fine, which is $20,000. Okay, let's go back to the comments. He did say pee-pee. Right. I'm thinking he wishes he would have had to pay. Right. I think that was the term that the dead kangaroo said, that he was going to have. They were using a code word to have me terminated, and it was the code word was to have someone's trees planted, like in the ground, like that. This guy's a freaking genius. LaRue Segrest, happy birthday. Happy birthday, LaRue. Let's all give LaRue a happy birthday. Today's her birthday. I got a message in Facebook this morning or last night, but I can't go on Facebook. It keeps, every time I go off the site, it asks me to put my password in, and I refuse to do it. So I haven't been on Facebook for 2 weeks and 140 notices. So happy, but I did see the notice in my mail. Happy birthday, LaRue. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to LaRue. Happy birthday to LaRue Seagrass. Happy birthday to you, LaRue. Thank you, LaRue, for the big like. You guys say hello to LaRue. I'm going to get up. I'm going to get my water. I'm going to go 4 gulps and 7 bubbles like a real man. And this guy, this is another thing he talks about. Fazio doesn't know what it's like to be a real man. And what? Oh God. I'll be back. Fazio doesn't know what it's like to be a real man. And then that part doesn't bother me because I know that I've bringing barges, buying a barge in Michigan, bringing it to New York by myself. That's what real men can do. Bringing the barge from New York to the Florida and then to the Caribbean, that's a real man's job. Owning a barge is a real man's thing. That part where he says I'm not a real man, I never owned a barge, that didn't bother me so much. What really bothered me is that he then said that Fazio is not a real man like he is a real man, that he's a real man. Jeez, that bothered me more than the fact that all the stuff that he lied about for months. When he called himself the definition of a real man, that is so far from the truth. He should have been struck by Thor's lightning bolts and his hammer, and the thunder, the thunder of Thor's hammer and the lightning bolts. I mean, the gods should have punished him for calling himself a real man, in my opinion. I was like, oh my God, did he just call himself a real man? A real man that has never done anything real man-like. Never owned a car. The car he said he owned, he has a picture of himself near a car and said he owned it. He never even owned a race car, like he said. And if he did, it wasn't even much of a race car. It wasn't something you could bring to the track. Might have had a big motor in it, but I mean, if that was even his. I've had real race cars. My 446 pack GTX with the 440 cubic inch engine, 400 horse, with a 9-inch torque converter. I brought that to the track with J11 street tires on it. It turned 12.9 at the track with street tires and street plugs. That was a race car. My Cobra, and the idiot calls it a Cobra GT. It wasn't a Cobra GT, you moron. A Cobra GT is a completely different type of Cobra. This was a Mustang Cobra. The man is an idiot. He gets everything a little wrong. But he has a picture of him standing near a boat. He says it's in Alaska. Might be in Alaska. Yeah, I worked on that. How long could you have possibly worked on that boat? I'm a real man. I worked in the bowels of the boat in the freezer. You left for Alaska on a Sunday and you were back the following Monday. How long could you have worked in Alaska on a boat in the bowels you were gone 8 days, according to your friends. Anyway, happy birthday, LaRue. Scott says, welcome, sweet at LaRue Seagrass in Flux. Happy birthday to a wonderful Filipina blogger who's always upbeat and nice. That's true. That is true. She is the most... I think that LaRue is the best female Philippines blogger. She is just such a happy person. You can't not love LaRue Seagrass. Happy birthday, LaRue, from S. Simulacron. Simulacron. LaRue Segrest Influx, ha ha ha. Thank you for a wonderful message, my dear friend Scott Del Fuego. Good evening to you over there from the wonderful LaRue Segrest Influx. Simulacron, thank you for your greeting, my friend. Master says, I'm sure lots would like to see the mushroom video for the shock factor. Well, Master, you know what I would like? I would like to know who you are. I would like you to show your face. Put your telephone number on the screen, Master, so I can call you up. If you have an American phone number or an Australian phone number, I would like to know who you are. And then I'll give you the video after I talk to you. So you put your name on the screen and your phone number, your real name, and I'll call you up on Skype right now. If it's, and then I'll give you the video. Okay, I'll make a way so that you could have the video. Because I don't know who you are right now, Master. I have no idea who you are. All these fake accounts, every time I ask somebody for their real name, if they want something, they disappear. Hey, Johnny Adriel, good afternoon, says Johnny Adriel, dear Rabbi. Thanks for stopping by, Johnny Adriel. It is a good afternoon. I'm actually waiting here in the house for a very specific reason. I have a delivery. One of my subscribers, one of my subscribers saw that my shorts, I was running low on shorts. I just had this one pair of black shorts I was wearing to the city and to work. You know, I'd wash them, of course, at least once a week. And he actually took the initiative on June 18th to buy my size shorts and send them to me. And this is the crappy service that we have in the Philippines. Yesterday was Saturday. Friday night at 9 o'clock, a notice went to my phone saying, your delivery has been sent out to your local delivery server has your package. Expect delivery today. So that was Friday night at 9 o'clock. We know it's not coming Friday. It didn't come Saturday, and it didn't come yet today. And I need those shorts. And this is how bad the service here in the Philippines is. If I'm not here, this is what the notice said. If you're not going to be home, leave an authorized letter with a photo ID of who you are with someone else that's in the house that can accept the package. Otherwise, the package will be returned. They'll try to deliver it one time, and after that, they send it back. That's how screwed up it is here in the Philippines. So, I'm waiting for the package. I'm not going up on the roof today, because if I'm on the roof and the compressor kicks on, and I'm using the needle scaler, I won't hear the delivery guy, and then I won't get my shorts. And they'll only try to deliver it one time. It's an amazing thing living in the Philippines. Now, I've gone through this. We had one delivery with Amazon, Lazada.com. I ordered something. It took like 6 weeks to get a phone that I ordered. And then I said to the delivery guy, I said, look, man, it took you 6 weeks to get this phone here. Let's say I open the box and it doesn't work. What happens? He goes, well, you have 7 days to return it. And so then I have to go online and say, please pick up the phone. As long as I do that within 7 days, they'll pick up the phone. But then it could take 6 weeks for the phone to go back to the company, and then 6 more weeks for a new phone or that phone to be repaired to come back to me. So it could be 15 weeks I wouldn't have a phone, but I'd have a 40,000 peso outlay. So I said to the driver, so this could take 15, excuse me. Yeah, it could take 15 weeks. He said, yes, sir. I said, you put that phone back on I don't want the phone. So he took a picture of me, and I signed a decline order, and the phone went back. And they've never shipped anything to me again after that. No matter what order I make from Lazada, the order fails. Because I declined an order that took 6 weeks when it said it would be shipped from 3 to 8 business days. This country is so strange. So, Master, I don't see your name and your telephone number up there, and I already told you. And if you are that demonic entity that we were talking about before, and you're asking me for the video, if you were paying attention, I told you I have it on a separate channel. So basically, you were trying to entice me to give you a video channel that I have separate, that only has videos for the prosecutor on my channel. So basically you were trying to befriend me so that I would give you my channel. That's what it sounds like to me. Because I don't see your name and your phone number on the page here, like I asked you. So, but if you would have given me your name and your real name and your real phone number, that I could Google it, your name, and then I call you. No, I'll call you right now on live stream, Master. Right now. You want to be, I'll put you right on live stream right now. Because personally, I think you're a piece of garbage for trying to trick me to give you my video page that only has videos that are related to the police and any type of prosecution that may or may not happen to any one of several people. So, Master, where's your phone number? Come on. You know, that other guy, I forgot the other guy. Another guy tried to do that to me, too. As soon as you ask these people for something real to prove who they are, they disappear. He disappeared, Master, disappeared. Oh, the guy, Ancient Derek. As soon as you asked him for something real, he went right into the abuse mode, saying he was my buddy and he was this, and he was a troll, probably one of my detractors. I don't know which one, but as soon as I said, show me something to prove who you are, they disappear or they go right into the abuse mode. One comment after the other, which is a trait of the hemorrhoid. And when and if the hemorrhoid ever comes to the Philippines and says, let's be friends, I'm the hemorrhoid. Oh God. Oh my God. That's going to be an interesting day, to be sure. That's why I believe Ancient Derek was the hemorrhoid. Because he just had 3 or 4 responses that he kicked out. The hemorrhoid could type so fast, he can get 3 or 4 responses up before you could get one blocked. But anyway, Master, where are you, Master? Come on, you piece of garbage. No, not only that, Scott, but they give you, Lazada gives you, listen to this. So I ordered 19 items, and every item was going to come within 3 to 9, 10 business days. Nothing came for 3 to 4 weeks. And here's how that works. Each day, when something is close to being delivered, one notice to your phone will go out saying, your cables, but it doesn't even say the cables. So your item number, 1907263, whatever it is, will be delivered to you between the hours of 8 a.m. and 10 p.m. between the dates of March 3rd and March 11th. So it gives you an 8-day window and a 14-hour day that you have to be home for 8 days, 14 hours a day to receive your delivery. And if you miss the delivery goes back. Now those things were COD, on delivery, cash on delivery. Now I don't know how something that's already paid for would work, but Lazada won't deliver anything to me anymore at all. My orders won't go through because I declined the phone. So they give you a 14-hour day and an 8-day window that you have to be home for 14. And then on the 8th day, at 6 o'clock at night, they say, due to a problem with the packaging of your item is undeliverable. They don't tell you in the beginning. They tell you on the 8th day at 6 o'clock that you waited home for 8 days. It's a waste of time. And by the way, I never did get in touch. I'm going to try again. I never did get in touch with that woman for my rebar bender. All I get now is the phone rings, but now I get a message saying this person phone is not available. And I'm going to call again now. And we're going to talk to her if she answers the phone. Now, I haven't left any messages there, but I've sent 2 emails. Are you going to give me the prices from my rebar bender or not? So I think that was I think the whole thing was a scam. Because as soon as I made the order of what I wanted, she says, well, can you send us 100,000 peso deposit? And I said, you have to send me the prices first. And she said, okay, we have everything in stock. I'll give you prices. And that was it. I never heard from her again. Now, her phone doesn't even ring now. Sometimes it says this person's phone is not available, this busy signal, and now nothing at all. Nothing. Living in the fucking Philippines, boy. Johnny Adriel, that master guy was a wolf in sheep's clothing. He was. The onslaught of the trolls. Master says, happy birthday, Leroy. Master, where is the phone number? Where is the phone number? With your phone number, where is it? I'll give you the video. Where is your phone number? Put your phone number up there. I'll call you right now. I'll put you on speaker. I don't have speakerphone. Yeah. You'll be on Skype. William, we have a new member here. William Pillapil. William Pillapil. Thank you for the comment. You are right, Michael. Customer service in the Philippines is horrible. It's beyond, I tell stories about customer service here all the time. I mean, I had 19 items. Of those 19 items that I ordered, the phone I declined because it took 6 weeks to get here. It was supposed to take 3 to 8 business days. So that left 18 items. And of those 18 items, I got 9 of those 18 items, but 2 of them were the same. They were cables. So I really got 8 out of 19 items. The other items were either non-deliverable because of packaging problems, that was one thing, or out of stock. Even though they made me wait 4 weeks to let me know they were out of stock, they would send you a notice that the items were coming on March 10th, and then between the 10th and the 15th, and then on the 15th they would say this item is out of stock. But you had to wait home from the 10th to the 15th for the item. It's insane, William Pillapel. Uh-oh. Master's back. Okay, apparently he doesn't want to see that video as much as he said he would like to. Scott said I would pull my hair out if I had to deal with trying to function there. It's beyond the pale. Oh, Master, may God bless you on your special day. Oh, boy. Oh, God. We have one of those in the house. We have one of those. God bless you on your special day. Trolls live under the bridge. God almighty. That's... Master. I want to send you the video. See, this is what these people are like. This is why I have no respect for most of the people on my channel. I never will. And again, I'll digress. The governor. Remember the governor was coming, and then he was always on the Tiny Man's channel for years. He was the Tiny Man's best friend. Then he became my friend, because these people basically just want to see their name in the chat window. And then he said something stupid, and I blocked him, and I said, look, I don't need your worthless comments on my page. You don't pay my bills. You don't send me money. It wasn't because he didn't send me money I blocked him. It was because he was leaving stupid comments. But if you want to leave stupid comments, send me money. At least I'll know your stupid comments have value to them. But no, he didn't want to do that. So Master wants to see the video. He wants me to expose the channel that I have set up only for prosecution videos that could be used in some sort of a prosecution for somebody. That's just what that channel is for. There's nothing else. It serves no other purpose. I don't comment from it. I've never left a comment from it. I never will leave a comment from it. It says that this channel has no content, but I don't comment from it. So it's not a troll channel. It's just set up for videos of hate. Let's say hate videos. And threats. And people that talk about my penis. And also people that talk about my planting trees, putting me in the ground. I bet you wish you would have took up Warren's advice now, huh, buddy? And I know you're watching. I know you're watching. I know that the coward that you are, you're watching. But you're not going to be able to resist the process server. There's going to be a process server at your door tomorrow morning. Let me make sure about that. I'll see if I got an email. Maybe. Hold on. Nope, not yet. Yep. So, oh, I gotta take my medicine. If I don't do this, I won't remember if I took my medicine. I have to make a chart. I don't have a memory for, did I take the pill, didn't I take the pill? I just don't have a memory for that. I could tell you how many bolts I need to build something from 2 years ago, or what I'm going to build next year. I could tell you exactly how many washers I will need, but I can't remember insignificant stuff like I have to take did I take the pill, didn't I take the pill? So I have to make a chart. I don't even remember the names of some of the videos I made. I remember what's in the video, but I won't remember the title of the video. When somebody makes a video about me, I very rarely will I ever remember the name of the video itself. Sometimes I do. Like the Mushroom Man video, I remember that one. Yep, I remember that one. You got to be careful with these big pills, that the ones that come in that silver foil thing. God, one time, it's a pretty good sized pill. Not the biggest pill I ever took, but it's a pretty good sized pill. And one time, it didn't go down into my esophagus all the way. Holy, oh, I was going, what? How could this hurt so much? What the hell is in this pill? And then I read the instructions online, and it said, make sure you drink enough water to make sure it goes into your stomach. Otherwise, it will be painful, basically, is what they said. So you gotta, I drink like 2 gulps of water with the pills in my mouth, and then I swallow the pills with the next 2 gulps, and then flush it down with 2 more. Because the pill, oh man, it was painful. It was very painful. So let's see. The police won't give up with the process server, and there's not really a good place to hide on the island. Well, he can't hide if he doesn't take I mean, this is the way I think it should work. If you don't get served. I remember back in 1987. I remember back in 1987. Not me, but the police wanted to serve papers to a group of men. We'll call it a group of men that I knew, and all those men, all of them, they all went to the Florida Keys. I didn't know they went to the Florida Keys at the time, but that's where they went. And the police couldn't serve them with papers to appear in court. So there were no witnesses, or they couldn't turn those men into witnesses, is what they wanted to do. But I don't think that works like that anymore. I think now they just put a warrant out for your arrest, and the next time you use your credit card, or your whatever, or your bank account, they arrest you. So I don't think that works. So he can't hide from the process server. They'll just put out a warrant for his arrest. Hey, how do you like me now? I'm here to help. I'm like the government. I'm just trying to, the sooner you get this thing, this paper that you need to see, and even if the possibility exists that you have to be 1,000 feet away from the plaintiff, the sooner you get the paper, the sooner this will be off. One less burden for you to bear for today. Just consider me like the government. I'm here to help. Getting older sucks. It's not a good thing, I'll tell you that. Okay, Master. Well, you know what? It's got to be on other channels. It's just got to be there. Let me think about this for a minute. Who would have it on their channel? That's another thing. That the guy in question in Hawaii, he's got a channel. Well, I can't remember the name of his channel because he changes it every day. But which we're talking about the Mushroom Man video. Somebody got to know where that video is. Hold on, let me see. Let me see if I could find it on another channel. I'll look for it. I'm looking now. I'm looking on... okay. I'm looking on DQ's channel now. My Philippines Interest, DQ. David Quebec. I don't know that it's on his channel. I don't know which... I don't think I see it here. But there's another channel... The dead Australian kangaroo got a channel called, what's the name of that channel? Frank Battaglia Hate. Okay, the dead Australian kangaroo got a channel called Frank Battaglia Hate Videos. Frank Battaglia Hate Videos. I'll give you the link. Frank Battaglia Hate Videos. Let me get the link up there for you. Now this channel, if you want to see videos about hate, people spreading hate, this guy's got a couple of hundred videos of hate. Pure ingenious hate, or insidious hate. Insidious, not ingenious. So let me go back over here, and I'll give you the... If you want to see hate spewed from this guy that we're talking about, this is going to be there's several hundred videos, I think, on this channel, several dozen. I don't know. I've not watched a lot of stuff on his... It's the guy who's supposed to be dead, but I can bring him back for $80,000 from the dead with a Ouija board and a check for $80,000 into my bank account. I could bring him back and get him back his YouTube channel again. But I don't think he's gonna... I don't think he's gonna send me $80,000. So I'll give you the name of a channel. It's not... The guy doesn't vlog under the dead kangaroo, but he is a dead kangaroo from a dead Australian kangaroo, that's for sure. I'll give you the name of this, I'll give you the name and the link of this channel, and I'm going to look through the videos right now. There might be some clue as to which one of those videos it is, but if you want to see pure, unadulterated hate, this guy, the dead kangaroo, the dead Australian kangaroo that runs this Frank Battaglia Hate Videos channel, this is it. This is it. We have, we might have it. We might have something. We have the karma. We have the mushroom karma event. The mushroom karma event, my friend. How are you? I'm so glad that this has brought a little bit of joy into your life. Of course, we won't, no one will ever know who you are. The camera's facing me. But thanks for stopping by. Oh yeah, well, that's his family. His family is his family. His family's going to hear about this one way or the other. But thank you for the message, and thanks for watching. So no, that wasn't... I thought maybe somebody knew what the name of that video was on the Frank Battaglia Hate video. So he's got let's see how many videos. He's got a lot of them. Oh God, it's one of those channels. Oh man, I don't remember which one it was. Hate and Misery. Let's read some of these names here. Hawaii community groups on social media. More trashing of his tenants. This is a good one. On that link, it's the third. You press the tab that says videos. And then go to the third video. More trashing of his tenants. This is how he talked about his tenants. Now this video, from my understanding, was on the thumb drive as well. He bashed his tenants, and he bashed his own brother for letting them rent to those people. And then he bashed the tenants that he's taking their deposit money because they weren't supposed to have a dog, and the dog poops in the yard, and they're not going to get their deposit back. And he bashed them, saying, when I get to America, I'm going to have to throw them out. He bashes everybody. There's nobody he doesn't bash. I mean, if he becomes your friend, it's only to find out a little bit about you so he could bash you 2 weeks later. He's never had any relationship on YouTube that he hasn't bashed that person within just a few weeks. Even if he's your best buddy. And what he did with me when I first met him, I stuck up for him because I didn't know why everybody hated him. And I says, why does everybody hate this guy? Maybe he's a nice guy. Maybe he's a tough guy from New York, because he was from New York. He was Italian, but he's not a tough guy. We know that now. But maybe, and he, within hours, he sent me like 6 messages. You're a fellow Italian. You're a fellow New Yorker. You know how things work in New York. We have to become sign, co-sign an affidavit that he's being harassed. And then he said, I'm a victim. And as soon as he said, I'm a victim, I'm going, no, this guy isn't. This guy's not only isn't he stand up, he's not street smart, and he's a coward. If you think that you're being abused, you don't come crying to somebody you met 3 hours ago saying, I'm a victim. He wanted me to file a joint police report against a guy who turned out to be a piece of crap anyway, and who I despise the guy. Not because of the Battaglia incident, but when I befriended him, within just a few hours, I was getting messages. We have to do this together. We have to go after Dave. And I'm going to myself, this could take years to go after this guy. I don't even know this guy. Dave didn't do anything to me at that point yet. I should have added yet. But Dave turned out to be the piece of garbage that the little man says he was. But the fact that he cried, I wish I should have took screenshots of that. I'm a victim. I've been victimized by Dave and Roberto, and I think at the time, MJ Flipper they were all on his case about something. I'm going, you're crying. I don't do that crying shit. But as soon as he said, I'm a victim, if you feel that much that you're a victim, and you should go do something about that, I mean, don't cry to somebody. I just met you like a day. I made a video saying you might be a tough guy and to leave the guy alone. And he was immediately crying. We're because we're both Italian and we're both from New York, I don't know you. Don't cry to me that you're a victim. I don't know. The guy on Skype, though, he did make a good point. That the family of this so-called blogger is going to see all of this. That he was talking to a child about another man's penis. The family's going to see that. I don't know. I did do some research on family incestual relationships because I heard stories. I did hear stories. Don't make any mistake about it. I've heard stories. And that, but one of the things that I read about incest inside a family is that if there is incest inside a family, it's usually caused by a mother or a father or an aunt or an uncle or a cousin, an older cousin, male or female, grooming or molesting a younger family member. So it's not like, if you've never had any incestual relationships in your family, for one to happen, it's rare. But if it's been going on, if it goes on for generation after generation. I mean, the girl who moved to Maine, where her father was having sex with her since she was 6 years old. I could tell you stories. I never did have sex with her. I mean, I knew her since she was 5 years old, but I could tell you stories how messed up she was in the head. The last time I saw her was in 1990. So what was I, 35 years old? Yeah, 35 years old. I saw her in 1991. And man, she was messed up in the head. I as an adult, I went to stay with her. I was working out of town for the Dock Builders Union. I was working up in Mamaroneck. And Mamaroneck is like an hour and a half away from where I lived in Queens. And to get to Maine was like a 6.5 hour ride from Queens by car. So instead of going back to Queens to my apartment on Friday morning, I would throw my dog in the car. And on Friday afternoon, we got out at 2 o'clock. They let us out an hour early. And I would shoot up to Maine. I'd be there for dinner. And her and I would have dinner, watch a movie. We were friends since we were 5 years old. No sex. But she was messed up. And then I talked to her about what happened when she was a kid. And the thing she did to me when I was there, after I talked about that with her and I told her I knew what happened, she did one of the most bizarre things that I ever seen anybody do in my life. And I said, oh my God. And I got dressed and I left. I took my dog, put him in the car, packed my stuff. I never talked to her again. She was messed up in the head. So that family incest, that messes people up. So the guy on Skype just said that he feels sorry for the family, but the family's already probably screwed up. Probably. All right, so anyway, the link I sent you out probably takes care of that. I just saw the word Warren. Maybe he can dance. That was the name of my video. Maybe he could dance. Nope, he can't dance, says Scott. The Shill. Hey, Jay, the Shill. You're such a cool dude, man. The Shill pops in on occasion, and I don't know. I hope the Shill did buy Bitcoin when he said that it was going to go up, because it sure did. Thanks for stopping by, Jay. The Shill has it. The Shill had a channel. The Shill had interactions with some of the people on YouTube, but didn't. The people on YouTube are really messed up, some of them. But Jay always maintained an even keel, and he's a hard worker. Tried to set up a bar business with a pizza stand in it. It's just hard to set up a business here. But he did give it his all. So thank you for stopping by, the Shill. He can sashay across the room. He's starting to talk like he sashays across the room even. Like a gilded glides like a princess. He does. Warren's ghost. I'm not a kangaroo. I'm a human. He's here. He's here. Hey, I'm going to put you guys outside for a minute because I want to use the restroom. And I don't want to be in the same room as the camera, because then he'll say I performed some sort of lewd and lascivious act by using the restroom. This is the sickness inside the man's mind. But I will tell you that I'm going to put you outside and you're going to be looking at the sun for a moment while I use the restroom, which is probably a first. I don't think I've ever had to use the restroom before while I was blogging. I don't think that ever happened. So let's put you out here like this. Hey, Sabien. How you doing, buddy? Okay, there's the bucket of the machine that a real man owns. Real men own buckets. Big steel buckets. That'll give him something to talk about. Bonnie Raitt, let's give him something to talk about. Makes a little bit more of a real man. Alrighty, I'm coming outside. I think I'll get a little fresh air. And I'll show you what a real man's yard looks like. Not that sissy that lives in a closet. Oh my God. This is what a real man's yard looks like. See, a real man has a cement mixer. Yellow cement mixer. A real man has a pile of lumber waiting for that lumber to dry out, and then I'm going to be using that lumber to raise the house that I was just standing in or blogging from. I'm going to raise it up using that lumber and rollers and the jack, and I'll be moving the house 19 inches towards the ocean so that I can take that container over there and pull it this way and push it that way 26 feet onto my other property. So that's what real men do. Real men have 2x4s and 2x3s and 3x6s and 2x6s. And of course, always comes in handy if you have to move or dig a hole to have a tracker. Real men. Now, of course, the not so real men, the lesser man, a man that's never done anything manly in his life. Right now, he's plotting. Look what I'll do this. Go ahead. Just keep your plotting. Keep on plotting. Keep plotting. Don't stop plotting. But find a new planet to live on. That's your best bet. If you follow through with any of your threats, best that you find another world. So, real men have jet skis on the roof. That's another thing. He accused me of stealing that jet ski. Why would I steal a jet ski and then put it on my roof? He accuses people of all kinds of bizarre stuff. He accuses me of not knowing how to do anything. I don't have any tools. I don't have a cement mixer. He accuses me of all of this stuff. He accuses everybody. Anything that anybody does is open for an accusation of some sort of negativity, because that's what the guy does. That's his shtick. It's something is wrong inside his brain. Stuff don't work right inside there. That's why it should be reconfigured. Should be. Whatever that means. Should be fixed. We should fix that brain. I could fix that brain. I know. I put him in therapy. I know. And the perfect therapy would be, well, you know what the perfect therapy would be, right? The perfect therapy would be him watching me do real man stuff 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, in a room where he couldn't shut off. He couldn't shut the videos off. You're welcome, Master. He couldn't shut the videos off. He's in a room like a closet. Real men don't live in closets, by the way. They might live in shacks, but they don't live in closets. So he'd be in a room with the dead kangaroo, the ghost of Warren, who by the way, don't think I didn't see the comment. If you give me that $80,000, I'll go down to the bottom of the top of the bottom of the flat earth with my Ouija board and bring you back to life. You can come back on YouTube. When I'm done, you'll have a place on YouTube again. $80,000 in the bank account. I think the bank details would be the same. I have so many freaking. I have like different accounts. I don't know if I still have that account. One account I closed down. Let me send me an email. You have my email address. The ghost of Warren's ghost. Send me an email. I'll send you. That's dollars. That's my dollar account. I have, I just put 400. I have an account that you can use. I'll give you the account number. It might be the same one. But one of those accounts in one of those banks I dropped. I don't know which account you used to put the money in, but put it. I'm going to ask you for the $80,000 that you owe me, and you owe me $80,000. You owe me a lot more than that for the time I spent nurturing you on YouTube. So, but I'll settle for the $80,000. You don't get the whole second floor, you get half the second floor now. You send me the $80,000, I'll bring you back to life. You can come back on YouTube. I'll even talk to you again. Even after you and the creepy little Malays, the creeping Malays guy, even after you were plotting my demise. You guys are a trip. And then he ratted you out. He's not even stand up on that. He ratted you out that you wanted to kill me. He ratted you out. He gave you right up. He made it sound like it was your idea too. Now I don't know whose idea it was, but I believe that you two guys talked about it. So you could never come to the Philippines. You could own on paper half the second floor for $80,000, but you could never enter into the Philippines and go on the second floor. Not after you were planning my demise, planting trees. That would just be $80,000, just get you back on. That's it. It don't get you anything else. Hold on, I gotta plug this in. My battery is dying. Yeah. No, it shouldn't have died. 49%. So this is what it's like to get put out by Fazio. we did display them. We did dress them up a little bit, dress them down, dress them up. We did do that. And he loves me for this because he likes attention. Wait, just wait till you get back to the Philippines. You're going to get attention. You are. Oh, when you get back to the Philippines, you're going to have the attention of what the heck is the name of that place? We're going to try to get you a little attention with the BI, Bureau of Immigration. But we definitely are going to get you the attention of cybercrimes. No doubt about it. You're already on the scope from another blogger, but we're going to give you a little bit more. If that's possible, they may say no, but I doubt that. Especially, well, anyway, with the evidence that I have, you have committed, in the eyes of the Philippines, cybercrimes. And that's in the eyes of the law in the Philippines. Now, I don't know what will happen to you. You can get one of them fancy lawyers for another $6,000 or $7,000 or $8,000, and then you could maybe get a pass on that. But I would contact them. I would keep in touch with them because you're going to need them again. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. So, the dead kangaroo, the dead Australian kangaroo, you ever see that movie with Vin Diesel? You ever see that movie with Vin Diesel where he's on the planet and the planet's on fire, like the sun comes up? Purgatoria, it's like, I think that was the name of the Purgatoria, where the sun comes up and it fries everything, and the guy in the Merc ship, the MERCK Merc ship, the mercenary that went after Vin Diesel, he was offered money for Vin Diesel from the prison guard, and he said no, he wanted more money, and Vin Diesel was fighting him in the jail, and Vin Diesel, just before Vin Diesel did what Vin Diesel does best, he said, you should have took the money. And then the guy is in a cage with some sort of weird beasts around him trying to get into the cage, and the guy goes, I should have took the money. But you should have took the dead Australian kangaroo up on his tree planting venture, which may or may not have been a setup to get you put away for life. Just remember that. It might have been part of a plan that just didn't work. Because that guy is the only person in this world that's sicker than you. And I mean that. He is the only person in this world that is sicker than you. The dead kangaroo guy. He is the most... Andrew Steinmetz said it this morning, about 3 o'clock this morning. I was on the phone with Andrew. He said the dead kangaroo, the dead Australian kangaroo, has multiple personality disorder, and that he is the only person on YouTube that's sicker than the creeping Malays guy from Hawaii. And I was laughing because it's true. And Andrew doesn't normally talk negative, but Andrew said those words. And he was right. It feels like the first time I was kicked out of my home. I remember the first time I got kicked out of my home. Oh God, that was I told that story on YouTube a few times, but I won't tell it again. Scott, you can see that some of the footing holes I have been excavated from the hard coral, then refilled and loose material. They can be easily reopened. So yeah, so that's another thing, the creeping malaise in Hawaii, the creeping malaise in Hawaii. I like that. He said I never did any pre-structural work or I have a permit and I have plans and I have 1 million pesos invested in stuff, but I don't have a permit and I don't have plans, and I never did it. I have all the footings except for 1.5 footings dug. I have the septic tank and the water tank all dug out and then refilled. It was solid coral. I broke it up and then refilled the holes. Yeah, I never did any work here. I don't know how to use equipment. I'm not a real man. The guy is he's a jealous little creeping malaise, and he lives in a closet in Hawaii. That's pretty much the truth. Yeah, the boom was put like that because it bleeds out, and there's no reason to have extra stress on the boom. Plus, it's out of the way because I have to still get ready, of course. When I get my shorts, I'm not going to leave this room except to do a few things outside. I can't go into my container to do work. I could go into the front of the container. I have a little bit of caulking to do. I could do that tomorrow. Couldn't do it today because it rained this morning. But I'm not going back to work till I get my shorts because I'm on my last pair of shorts. And if I have to go to the city, I have nothing to wear at all. Nothing to wear. And then I would truly be a magnificent video. So Master said, thank you for the link. You're welcome. Warren's Ghost. Once you build that hotel, it will become my regular haunt. That's a play on words. You should have. See, now we know this is Warren. This is Warren. It is Warren. Warren is dead. The dead Warren ghost is Warren. The dead kangaroo. I told you, the dead Australian kangaroo never really died. But 80,000, I can get him back. I can get him back into the graces. I got him there once before. You can't talk to me. I'm dead. Only if you die too. Anything is possible. I should have listened and not let my girlfriend talk me into sending him condolences on the dead dingo. It's talking about dingoes. That Vin Diesel movie started out with a dead dingo, they're killing his dog. Was that Purgatoria? No, that was a different one. But that's what they called the dog in the Vin Diesel movie, the dingo. But I guess that's what they call dogs in Australia, dingo. Hey, Marvelous yeah, that's definitely the ghost. Warren's ghost is... Other people would know that information, but that's true. Warren pretended that he had a wife, a girlfriend, another fictitious part of Warren's mental sickness. And he pretended that he had a wife, and that or a future wife, and that his future girlfriend talked him into becoming friends with the creeping malaise that's now living in Hawaii. And as soon as he said that, this is the truth, the creeping malaise from Hawaii said, I broke up our friendship for money. That Warren wasn't sending me money because he didn't answer his Skype calls, and I demanded thousands of dollars because Warren didn't answer his Skype calls. Now, Warren and I had a rapport between us. This is the truth. We laughed and joked about everything. And now that jerk, dead Australian kangaroo, he has no friends at all. because he betrayed me and I went in on him full swing. So now he has no friends. He has to pretend to be alive and dead, like Schrodinger's dead kangaroo. Schrodinger's cat is alive and dead at the same time. He has no friends. Nobody will talk to him ever again. Now, but I can rectify 80,000. I could get you back into the fold. No one will ever trust you again because you're not trustworthy. You're a liar. You have more psychological problems than the creeping malaise. But you only Warren and a few other people would know that Warren's so-called future wife that does not exist, only in his mind, he said talked him into becoming friends with the creeping malaise. And when Warren said that on Skype, 10 seconds later, the response was, if you even dare say that again, our friendship is over. That's how long it took me to realize that Warren, the dead kangaroo, the dead was a fraud, and that he was backing out of his agreement to buy the second floor of the hotel. It took me 10 seconds. Because by becoming friends with the creeping malaise, he was stabbing me in the back. That's why Warren and I don't talk anymore. Not because Warren's dead, and not because Warren didn't send me money. He sent me some money, $2,500 in altogether. More with the super chat, but that's not why we're not friends. We're not friends because he decided the best way to get me to turn on him, because he knew me that well, was to say he's going to be friends with the creeping malaise. And then the creeping malaise, he knew if he started talking to the creeping, and then I said to him, if you even mention that again, our friendship is over. I'll never talk to you again. And he said it again. And that was it. We were done. After 3 years of being buddies on YouTube and talking to each other sometimes 2 or 3 hours a day, I ended the friendship like that because he said it again. I told him, don't say it again or our friendship is over. And I have that recorded. I recorded 820 pages of Skype chat. Now I won't post it, but I have it. But and that's all documented. Now I documented it for myself because I never planned on posting it. But if Warren's ghost is here and he wants to confirm it, I'll take $500 off the $80,000. You owe me $79,500. This was Warren's out. Jack Thompson called it an out. This was his out. His off-ramp was, if he could get me to break our friendship, he wouldn't have to give me $80,000. That was his plan all along. To become friends with me, to gain friends, and then somehow he had an out, and he used that becoming friends with the creeping malaise, knowing I would dismiss him immediately as anything in my life. I would never talk to him again. I said, if you say that again, I'll never talk to you again. Our friendship is over. And he said it again a few seconds later in the Skype chat. And that was it. That was our last conversation. So I think that Warren's ghost is Warren's dead kangaroo ghost. Now, I don't know for a fact, but other people knew that information for him to put it in a sentence like that. Warren is not dead. He never died, and he never got married. He might be sick, but in all the years that I knew him, he lied about so many things. And he lied about the lawyer that was going to take... He never went to the Interpol. He never went to Australian cybercrimes against the creeping malaise. He never went to any lawyer. And when the lawyer had all the paperwork from the Interpol and everything on the lawyer was going to the Philippines consulate in Australia, the lawyer got hit by a bus and got ran over and killed that day. The papers went flying in the air and the bus ran over the only drive with the information in it. And therefore, a year and a half of paperwork and electronic videos and all disappeared. Now, how's that possible? The lawyer had to have a backup in his. No, it was fool's gold, is what it was. That's another video that's going to the cybercrimes, fool's gold. Let's see. Pitch Black, the movie. I think that's what it was. But he had the dingo. Yeah, the dingo was in there. Yeah, that's true. That was what Warren did. I didn't disown or disavow or dismiss Warren as the piece of garbage that I portrayed him to be for the next 8 days. For money, I did it because he simply said he was going to be friends with the creeping Malays, knowing I would be pissed off enough to not have anything to do with him, and then he would owe me $80,000, because he never had $80,000, or he never intended on giving me $80,000. It was all a game to the dead kangaroo, or dead Australian kangaroo. It was just a game for him to gain friends. That's why I say he's the only person in the YouTube community that's even more demented than the creeping Malays in Hawaii. By far. Everybody would agree on that. He spent 3 years, Warren did, 3 years he spent building up friendships through me and from my channel with other people, and in 10 seconds I destroyed it all. Because every person on YouTube that is my friend knows I don't lie. And that what I told them, what Warren did, was the truth. And then my immediate group of friends, that was part of Warren's immediate group of friends in a circle, they all got a copy of our chat, or a few pages of it, to prove that what I said just now was the truth. So no one, first of all, no one ever doubted what I said, but I sent them the copy of the chat in Skype and what Warren said he was going to become friends with the creeping Malays guy, and they said no one took his side. Not one person. Nobody took his side. None of our friends. So Warren built up friendships for 3 years, and it was all destroyed in 10 seconds. Because when I tell you something, it's the truth. And that means that even he gives me $80,000, he still can't come to the Philippines and set foot on the second floor. That part doesn't get dismissed. He screwed me. He did it intentionally. And the $80,000 is just the monetary that he promised me. He's got to make up for the time I wasted being his friend. Now, I know he's not going to do that, but I don't know what my time, thousands of hours of my time that I spent with Warren, condoling him and getting people to talk to him and talking to him when he was supposed to be in the hospital, all those hours add up. I don't know. I mean, I guess a straight up and down figure for $80,000 for the promise for the second floor, I guess I could get him back. I'll go to the bottom of the flat. I'll bring him back to life. I'll pump some life into him with the Ouija board. I guess for the $80,000 promise that he never gave me, we could get him back onto YouTube. But if he wants to be back into the graces of my friends and my inner circle, the people I'm still friends with, figure Warren and I spent about 1,000 hours together at $50 an hour. I guess if he throws another $50,000 on top of the $80,000, I'll let him back into the fold. You know, $130,000 cash. Not that crap that he was doing last time, sending me $500, sending me $100, another $500. No. That one bank transfer, please. One bank transfer for $130,000. I get Calvella. I get the prison guard. I get the Ouija board. We go down to the bottom of the top of the bottom of the flat earth. We reclaim Warren's soul, and we bring him back to life on YouTube. Could start a series. People could just give me like one lump sum, 100,000. I bring their family members back for them from the bottom of the top of the bottom of the flat earth. Great stream, says Marvelous Mark. Thank you. Yes, William Pillapel. They did. In fact, the NBI officer in charge of the last case is the person that's going to present to the anti-cybercrimes unit for me. He's going to, he may even go, he'll introduce me in our previous case. Thank you. Scott said something, I missed it. Who's a molester? Warren's ghost. Funny, Scott. Ah, you think that's Scott? Could be. No one knows who anybody is anymore. William Pillapel. No. Warren did not give the slob $30,000. He did not. It's not the real Hooser. I know that. Natal Grace, Fazio, that Warren ghost is not the real Warren. That fake troll account. And I ask you why you talk about Warren. Remember, Warren had a good thing to you. Warren had good things to you since before. Warren screwed me for thousands of hours of my time. Don't bring up Warren. Don't threaten me with Warren's going to give this piece of information out or that piece of information out. I don't care. Warren screwed me for thousands of hours of my time with no intention whatsoever of ever being my partner, although that's what he promised. And in America, with all the videos and all the conversation we had on Skype, I could have held him accountable to give me that $80,000 on the starting date that we originally agreed to of January 5th to build the hotel. But because this country's so screwed up and he lives in Australia, I didn't get that $80,000 and I had no legal recourse. So don't tell me what Warren meant and that we were good to each other. Warren had no intention of ever being my partner. It had nothing to do with anything about money. Warren and I talked with each other for hours on end, what we were going to do, who we were going to do it with, how we were going to do it, how we were going to put the tile in, what we were going to do. And then Warren screwed because he had no intention. The man is the only person on YouTube that's sicker than the creeping Malays. So don't come on here and as his ex-dead wife or his dead wife or his future dead wife or his future dead kangaroo spirit. Don't come on here and say that Warren had only good things to say about me. Warren is a liar, in my opinion. Warren got on Cheese Show and didn't even acknowledge that I had permits for the hotel when asked if I had permits for the hotel. He was asked, does Fazio have permits for the hotel? His answer was, well, I saw papers that looked like he had permits. Warren knew, factually knew, that I had permits for the hotel, and yet he didn't say it. So don't come on here and defend Warren in any way, shape, or form. He's a dead Australian kangaroo. It's what he did. I have the Skype chat. You want to come on and threaten me that Warren will give the police information about something I said on Skype? That's third-party hearsay. It means nothing. Warren can't present any of that to the Philippines without coming here and swearing out an affidavit. Don't do it. I don't care if he does it. I don't care if he gives it to the creeping Malays. It's third-party hearsay, whatever he said on Skype, or whatever I said on Skype. But he did pass personal information to that piece of garbage, the creeping Malays. He did do that. multiple times I heard stories that could have only been passed on that were personal between Warren and I. He betrayed me. He betrayed my trust. He betrayed his own humanity. He's the only person on YouTube sicker than the creeping malaise guy. Don't come on here and threaten me with anything. I'm not interested. Warren already did enough damage. And only way that the creeping malaise could know the stuff that he'd said to begin with, and then they were plotting my demise, and you want to come on and defend the dead kangaroo? Don't do it. Don't even try. Don't. I don't care anymore what you say you're going to do. No, you're not going to do anything. You could do anything you want. Who cares what you're going to do? You've already tried to destroy my life 6 or 7 times. I don't care about your third-party hearsay. Warren is the most, in my opinion, the sickest man that I've ever met on YouTube, mentally. Multiple personality disorders, deceptive lying, backstabbing, deceiving, all in the name to get his name on people's comments. So do what you got to do. Don't worry about whether Warren and I were friends. Don't worry about anything he has on Skype. Don't worry about anything. Just post it all. Post it all. Don't worry about that. Post everything. Don't worry. Don't threaten me with you're going to do this or you're going to do that. Don't threaten. You have never done anything. This is to Warren's dead future. Dead Warren, dead kangaroo, to his so-called wife that he never showed any proof that he got married to. This is directly to you. You never, Warren never, no one ever showed any proof that there's a case against the creeping malaise guy in 3 years. No documentation from Interpol. No documentation from Australian cybercrimes. No documentation from the Philippines consulate in Australia. Nothing have you ever shown. You've never shown your face. Ever. You've never shown your face. You never showed a marriage certificate. You never showed a death certificate. You never showed a video of the Warren's coming home party, that there were 60 police officers and firemen at his coming home party. You never showed any of that stuff. Nobody believes you anymore, or him. He may be very sick physically, but he's certainly the sickest person mentally on YouTube. There you go. You got the award. Well, come on here and threaten me. Don't do that. I don't care. I'm not like that. You could post anything I ever said to Warren on Skype. Go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it. It's third-party hearsay. Even if what you post on Skype is, I don't know what the word is. Let's say something I said could be used in some sort of case against me. How do you know that what I even said was true? How can you even know that? And being that Warren took his Skype record off, how do we know it's not documented? It's not forged? You don't mean anything to me. You know what you mean to me? You and your dead kangaroo ex-fake husband, you mean nothing to me. You mean that your persona and his sickness in his mind are the sickest entity. I had an actual real researcher research Warren's background. They could find nothing. Nothing. You know what they found? Let me tell you what they found. They never found any record of him being a police officer. They never found any record of his family being killed in a car accident. No one can find that. Not only did the researcher not be able to find it, but police with high clearances in high places could not find an iota of shred of evidence that Warren was a police officer. They could not find a shred of evidence that Warren Hunt had a wife, and 3 children that perished in a car accident. They could not find any retirement party for Warren from the police department. You know what they found? Here's the piece of evidence. The only shred of evidence with Warren's name on it was that at some point in what the heck is the name of that? There's a website where you go on and you put your credentials of what you do in the world, and then you can share your skill sets. The only shred of evidence that could even be linked to A. Warren in the proximate area where he lives is that he had a doorknob business that he made wooden doorknobs. That's it. That's the only thing in the world with his name on it, that he made wooden doorknobs. That's it. So don't tell me anything about Warren. Don't tell me what you're going to do. Don't tell me that you're going to post what I said on Skype. No, you can't prove anything, that anything was real. If you go into my background on an NCIC level, maybe you could find out some things about me that may or may not be true according to their files, but that's the only thing that you could ever, and no one can get to that level. So unless you can get into the dockets of NCIC level and NSA level documents, you're not going to even find my name on anything. And that's only by association. That's not actually anything pending, no charges or anything, just by association. So don't tell me what you're going to do. Just do it. Just post all that crap on YouTube. Do it all. Put it all out there. Put everything I ever said to Warren out on YouTube. There's no proof that any of it's true unless I provided proof. Warren, after 3 years, didn't even know my daughter's last name. Never even saw a picture of my daughter or any of my other children. That's how close to the chest I kept my family, my children. Okay, Warren, he knew who they were related to. That's true. He knew that. He knew who their godfathers were. That's true. But he didn't know their names, and he didn't know where they lived. So in 3 years, I kept a lot of stuff from Warren. So go ahead and put all that crap out there. You can't dox my children's names, and you can't dox my children's family, because I never gave anybody that information. Because I was brought up on the street. I'm not like that creeping Malays guy who goes around and spills his guts that he can be indicted for. I never put anything on Skype that I could be indicted for. Ever. So don't threaten me. I've had it with you and your emails. I thought you were friends. Don't send me any more damn emails. Just post all that crap on YouTube. Just post it all. Don't worry about what the repercussions are. I don't care. And now I'm going to go back to the comments. I hope you understand I don't give a crap what Warren and I said on Skype. It's not prosecutable. It's third-party hearsay without proof of anything that was said there. Physical proof, dates, times, places, names, first names, last names, and anything else. There's no proof that anything I ever said to Warren was a criminal offense. Nothing whatsoever. People threatening me. I'm so tired of people threatening me. I've been getting threatened for months from these slobs on YouTube. Nobody comes. They all have. Go ahead and do it. Stop talking about it. Let me tell you something. If I said some of the stuff that other people have said about me, it would have happened. It would have happened. But I don't go around saying shit that I'm not going to do. And certain things that I'm going to do, I don't talk about. But if I said something was going to happen, like I say that the Creeping Malays is going back to court, the Creeping Malays is going back to court. That's a fact. But don't worry about Whatever you want to post on Skype, just post it. Post it, no matter what it is. Show it as scat. Show it as Skype chat. Even that could be it could be forged. Could be forged that you're posting stuff with my name on it that's not true. Go ahead and do it. I don't care. You'll just bring more attention to my channel. Not that my channel grows. In 5 months, I got 8 new subscribers. My channel never going to get more than 2 or 3 subscribers a year. That's where I'm at with YouTube. Don't worry about it. Just post all that crap. Post it all. Just go ahead. You a fake wife to a fake hotel provocateur or investor, to a fake policeman, to a fake death, to a fake marriage certificate, to fake children that never existed, to a fake wife. All that shit, nothing could be found out. Nobody, no matter what their rank and what official position, and or no matter what country, nobody ever found a shred of evidence to prove anything that what Warren said is true. Jeez, you people don't get it. I've never been caught in a lie. Where have I been? Only from the creeping malaise. He's the only person that's ever called me a liar, except his troll accounts. But in real life, did I have a barge? Of course I had a barge. Did I have ocean race? Of course I had ocean. Did I own a house in Key Largo? Of course I did. Did I screw the mortgage company? Of course not. I made an agreement with the mortgage company. You can have the house back. Here's the house. Let me know when you want me to move. I chose to move out of the house. I didn't get thrown out of my house. I was there for 2 years. And I wanted to move to the Philippines. The mortgage company, I said I would like to move out. No, sir, please don't do that. We want you to stay in the house, because they couldn't sell the house in 2010, 2011. Houses, you couldn't sell a house in Key Largo for no money. You couldn't give them away. And I said, no, I want out. And they said, well, we'll give you $10,000 if you clean up the property, because they had videos and pictures of the property. I said, okay, I'll clean it up. And I did. And I cleaned it up. And the real estate agent came by. Actually, it was $6,000. And then, but I had $4,000 worth of steel and copper and junk metal on the property. So they let me keep that money. I cleaned it up. They gave me a check for $6,000 on September 23rd of 2012. No, 2013. On September, and I put that in my bank account. And then the $4,000 that I got in junk metal, I kept that. So they basically gave me $10,000 to clean up the mess I had on my property. Well, a lot of had Bobcat tires and extra rims. I had a track hoe trailer, a backhoe trailer, boat trailer. They gave me a lot of money and they let me live there for free. No mortgage, no taxes, no insurance for 2 years, and I just paid electric and water. So go ahead and say anything you want about whether I did. Nothing that you ever said, nothing that the creeping malaise ever said is true. And nobody's ever caught me in a lie. Nobody, ever. Did I take the test to be a police officer? Of course I did. There's records at Indian River Community College from 1995. I went to Indian River Community College to improve my grades and to train for the police academy test. It's all documented. Did I take the test for the Marine Patrol agent? Of course I did. That's documented. Did I take the Monroe County corrections officer test? Of course I did. It's all documented. And people say I lied. Okay, I lied. I hope you enjoy the show. Andrew says, oh, boo-hoo, Natal Grace. It's common sense that Warren faked his death and his role play with several different accounts. Of course it is. Natal Grace, I know who you are. I don't care that you're here saying on behalf of Warren. I remember who you are. No, leave Natal Grace up. I know exactly who she is. She's not an enemy. She's just, she just is. Natal Grace, Fazio, that Warren ghost is not real Warren. That is a troll account. I ask you why you talk about Warren. Remember, Warren had good things to you since before. Oh boy, all right. Leave Natal Grace up. Oh yeah, as far as diving, I heard people say I didn't know anything about scuba diving, but I have dives in 110 feet of water. Tuning in, host, says LaRue, thank you. Why are you even taking the time to try to defend Warren? What's your purpose in doing this, Natal Grace? Just go speak to him. Skedaddle. So, yeah, I don't know why she does that. But it's okay that she does, because I always liked Natal Grace. I know who she is. Do a deep dive on Michael's background and associations, and you will... I thought you were going to talk about diving. Yeah, go and do that. Go do what I said to do. Really, go do it. See how far... I don't know how they kept records back in the 1970s and the 1980s. I don't know who, if the... Well, I do know that the people I lived with and worked for, that they were being monitored, let's say. But if anything would come up, you'd have to go back to an NCIC file, or or possibly the FBI. Maybe my name exists in those places. Maybe not. But I was there for things that happened. And I lived with people when I built their houses. I didn't go home at night. I stayed in their house. Whoever's house that I was building at the time, so I would save 2 hours a day of traveling, and I wouldn't have to travel. And I always worked alone. When I would stay in somebody's house, sometimes I'd have a helper. I did have helpers, but when I did certain things in people's houses, nope. Never left the house. Sometimes I wouldn't leave a house for 2 or 3 months. I would never even walk outside the property, because what I was doing was private. And now, who knew I was in there? Everybody knew I was in there. Everybody in the house. But go ahead and see how far you could dig. But really, I'm still here. But you people, you really need to understand something. All of these fake people on YouTube, they're all this, they're all that, they're all nothing. The people I could name as family and friends, you wouldn't believe it anyway. So what would be the point? What would be the point? I need to go, Andrew, as Blue Rose. Fine for you. Why you break Daisy May on you? Must have missed something, because I did not see you threatened. Andrew Steinmetz, a.k.a. Blue Rose. Why we talk about your relationship on Daisy May? I think Sweet Skate know everything about it. If she blow that Daisy May, something she tell on Sweet Skate, I heard that. I have no idea what that means. No, we're not going to remove you. This is some crazy going on now. Well, you know all about that, but this is the insanity. Mike Frost, you are one of those people that, if it's the same Mike Frost, some days you're on my side and some days not. Mr. Fazio must be touching a nerve to get this reaction. I don't like people that lie. And there's so many people on here presenting so much stuff that's not true. It's not fair. It's not fair that we have to do this. Andrew, I'm pure, wholesome, virtuous, and innocent. You're bringing up a redundant topic. Daisy has nothing to do with anything going on here. That's true. Andrew is he's an innocent in all of this. We got ghosted. We did. We got ghosted. It was fun, though. All right. Well, I guess my shorts didn't come today again. They have deliveries on Sunday. I saw that one of the drivers come, but it wasn't for me. Amazing. You know what I really should have did? Excuse me for a minute. Yeah, look at my junk on the wall. I gotta go outside and check something. I'll be right back. Boy, my work cut out for me tomorrow, that's for sure. Amazing. Freaking amazing. This place living in the Philippines, it's freaking hard. It's so hard living here. Our internet went off between 6 o'clock this morning and 8 o'clock, probably 8 or 10 times. But the electric went off 40 times on and off yesterday. Sometimes for a minute, sometimes once for an hour. As soon as I put my dinner on the stove, the electric went off. And it came back on, I cooked, and then it went off again. Then I had to eat with a flashlight. It's so hard to live here. It really is. If it wasn't such a peaceful place and a beautiful place to build something to live in, I don't know. I went back to America. I would never want to live back in America again. And from what I see about other places in Southeast Asia, I don't know. As the people here are, they're more docile, they're more friendly than what I see in other countries. I've never been to another country like Thailand or Bangkok or anything like that, or Vietnam, but you don't see a lot of bloggers from America in Vietnam. Who would want to be a blogger in Vietnam anyway? They don't like us, and I don't blame them one bit. We killed millions of their people. You think they forgot about that? They didn't forget about that. So I would never want to be living in Vietnam. And Thailand, they don't speak the language. I'd have to learn a new language, so I wouldn't want to live there. I probably don't have the money to live there anyway. And not the way I live here, close to a beach. I'm not going to start again. So I pretty much here. I got to deal with all the the setbacks. One of the biggest setbacks here is trying to, how do I put this? You have to maintain friendships with all the locals. You can't get into an argument with one local, because no matter who it is, they all, it's called the tribal mentality. I'll give you people a little information about the Philippines. I didn't know what the tribal mentality meant when I moved here. I was told by my landlord that these people have the tribal mentality. I had no idea what that meant. What it means is you either get along with everybody in the tribe, the family, and on my block, 3 tribes on my block. 3 pieces of property with more than, well, they all 3 have more than 20 people, family members. One has 4 kids, 2 parents, 6. 4 kids, 2 parents, 12. Grandma, 13. Junior and his wife and 2 children, that's 17. 18, 19, 20. 21. The one tribe right next door has 21 people. You can never, ever get into an argument with any of those people, because they will all take the tribal member that's part of their family over you. So I've never had an argument with any of them, but you can't get into an argument with any of them. You're not allowed. You could get into an argument with them, but even if you're right, they're going to take the side of the tribal member. That's one tribe. Then there's another tribe up the block, a lot less civilized, let's say, or more prone to try to get something from you for nothing. The tribe next door to me, I've treated them I've given them a lot of free stuff, pasalubong. But the tribe up the block, I haven't given that much stuff to, so they're a lot less, well, I wouldn't say a lot less friendly, but I would say they expect things that they're never going to get. So I've given them Christmas presents, and on the holidays I gave out sauce. If their tribal members were down in the Paroque next door to me, they got sauce, and they got bags of rice, and they got bags of candy. And then when I used to go up the block, that tribe used to get a 21-piece bag of candy and a bottle of rum occasionally, a couple of packs of cigarettes occasionally, but those were minimum gifts. I would always keep a case of rum and a couple of cartons of cigarettes for presents for the people on the block. But those people now that things are really tight, when I walk up the block, oh my God, ugh, you have no idea how embarrassing it is. Michael, you give me money. Now that tribe was the tribe that promised to sell me wood, and then after I told them I'd give them X amount of dollars and X amount of spaghetti and X amount of foods and X amount of rum, when I went to get the lumber, they cut the amount of lumber they were going to give me for what I was going to give them in half. So I eventually cut in half what I originally agreed to. Oh, you said you'd give us 3 bottles. You only gave us 1. I said, you said you'd give me the whole pile of lumber. You only gave me 2 small tricycles worth of lumber. They don't see, when I'm looking at one of them right now, they don't see when they change the agreement that the agreement changes on both sides. So 2 days ago when I went to the city, and they have a tendency to surround you and harangue or harass you in groupthink. You give me money, you give me money. Michael, you give me money. Like that. And I laugh. I say, no, you give me money. You give me quarter. Give me quarter. But they're serious. They really want me to give them money. And I'm not going to give them money. Not because they tell me to give them money. I'm not going to do that. I mean, I've already given them lots of... I don't give anybody money. Nobody on my block ever got... Nobody ever said, give me money. Nobody ever got the money for a load. Nobody ever got money to buy food. I just would buy food for them if I wanted to give them something. But they've asked, but that's just bad business, giving Filipinos cash money. And besides that, I'm not going to... Whenever I ask them to do me a favor, they always want money. So no matter what I gave them, they still want money to help me do anything simple. So I don't ask them anymore, but they still ask me for money. And that tribe, when I went up the block the other day, I guess they were planning a party, because they were really, Michael, you give me money. Michael, you give money. You give me quarter. And I laugh. They don't bother me. Like, when I'm walking by, they don't stop me. They don't touch me or anything like that. But they're yelling, give me money. They're just trying to intimidate you, bully you into giving them money. That's the second tribe. They're not richer and they're not poorer than the tribe next to me, but they're on par on the tribal mentality. And the third tribe is a rich tribe. They're a rich tribe of people. They have beautiful houses, they have beautiful cars, nice tricycles, nice motorcycles. That's another tribe. And they all get along with each other, and I get along with all of them. But on my block, there are 3 tribes. And then that's it. Then we have a lot of just single people, like the goat herder. Okay, so you want to know the goat herder. So I still can't get over the fact that I live someplace where there are goat herders, and that's what they've done since birth. Herded goats. So we had the goat herder. We have 3 goat herders on the block. One speaks perfect English, but doesn't talk to me unless we have something to say to one another. She speaks perfect English. We'll have a conversation. But she's a goat herder. The other lady is a goat herder who speaks okay English, but she's a goat herder. She's never done anything but herd goats. And then another goat herder is a man. Now, he doesn't speak English. We say hello to each other. But he will make fun of me. And I laugh because I have a guy who's never set foot inside a school making fun of me, who's a goat herder. He's never owned a business. He's never had a payroll. He's never owned a house, never owned a car or a boat. He's never flown on a plane. In fact, this guy's never even been to the city 20 kilometers away. But he makes fun of me. I don't know what he says, but I laugh because he'll say something when I walk by to the other Filipinos and they'll all laugh. So I laugh because I don't care what a goat herder says about me, but he's a goat herder. And I have a goat herder who's never... How could you get mad at somebody who's never done anything at all in life except herd goats? What am I supposed to do? He in his mind, it might be comedy, it might be malicious, but everybody laughs. I don't know. I don't even ask. But I have a goat herder that makes fun of me when I walk by. And he does that a lot. He goes, Michael, blah, 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 and they all laugh. Okay, I have a goat herder, a freaking goat herder that makes fun of me. I'm not kidding. It's like, the first time he did it was a long time ago, but there was a lot of people around, and I was talking to some people in English, Filipino people in English that were looking to buy a piece of property, and he said something to them, and they all started laughing, and I'm going to myself, wait a minute, this guy's making fun of me? What could he, I know him for 6.5 years, so is this something new? Something new he did. And when they started laughing, I didn't pay no attention to it. And then, being that he didn't pay any attention to it, now it's a thing that he does. When I walk by, the goat herder says something to the other people that they laugh. I never asked anybody what it was because I don't care. He's a goat herder. Why would I care what he says? And if I did care, it wouldn't make a difference. You think I'm going to be able to explain to a goat herder that not to make fun of me? If that's what he's doing, I don't even know that that's what he's doing. He's a goat herder. He's not a respected. Well, I mean, he might be a respected man in the Philippine community, but he's not a mayoral candidate in the community, or a barangay captain, or a barangay assistant, or he's nothing. He's a goat herder. That's what I mean. It's funny living here. You get ridiculed by a goat herder. And I don't even know what I ever did to the guy. I never did anything to the guy. You know, we always said hello, but one day he decided to make fun of me, and it's okay. But that's what I mean. They do shit that you just doesn't make any sense. Give me money. I've already given you tens of thousands of pesos of free stuff, but they want more. I don't give them more. And the Philippines community, like this morning at 7 o'clock, I'm sitting here looking out the window, and there's a lady. She walks into the property across the street, and I don't know, she might have walked in the property. 5 minutes later, she comes back out to the fence with one of those fruits, papaya, big papaya, 2 big papayas. So apparently, I know that this is what it is. There's a papaya tree on the property, and it's a guarded property. So everybody knows the papaya tree is on the property, but you can't go on the property and just take papayas. Only that family can take papayas off the property. Nobody else. So even though the Filipinos, because they all have their priorities, nobody breaks any family rules here. It's a strange place. I mean, I don't eat papaya, so I don't want one, but the papayas are always coming out of the property, but only one family takes the papayas. Even the security doesn't touch the papayas. Strange place. You know, even though everybody's hungry, if they're hungry, they can go down the beach and get coconuts, but they can't get coconuts off that property, or papayas, or anything else that's growing back there. So the Filipinos have their own little cliques. Where's my glasses? All right, I'm going to check the comments. I'm trying to make this video as short as possible and try to keep you people. We got ghosted. Mickey Mason, hey! Mickey Mason, I like Mickey Mason because he comes on just before he's getting ready to leave. And he always says hello, great show. Catch you next time. Mickey Mason, thank you. I'm sorry if I didn't see your comment earlier. It didn't show up on this screen because I didn't push the button. to go down to the comments. So I apologize, Mickey Mason. If you're still here, I apologize, and if you're not here, I'll make mention of it tomorrow. Thank you for watching, and thank you for commenting. And right now, you got to see what I did the other day. Oh, I took that outside. I found a 66.5 ounce can of tuna fish in my cargo container from New York, and it's been in there for what, 2 years now. It had expiration date of last January of 2020, but it was in a cargo container. It wasn't in the sun or the rain or anything. No rust, no exploded, no expanded metal panels or anything like that. So I opened it up. First, as soon as I found that, I went to the store. I bought one carrot, 4 bell peppers, about 15 pieces of small lemons, miniature lemons. I bought bread and rolls, and I bought a jar of what they call mayonnaise. It's not Hellman's, but doesn't even taste like Hellman's. It tastes a little like mayonnaise though, but it's not Hellman's. And I made tuna salad with the carrots and the bell peppers, a little salt and pepper. Oh, that was good. I've had that a few times yesterday and had it this morning for breakfast. I hadn't realized I hadn't had a can of tuna fish since 2012. It's just something I don't buy here because it's well, they don't have bumblebee tuna here in a can. They don't have that here. And that was pretty much the only kind of tuna fish I ever ate was bumblebee. This was not bumblebee, but it was good tuna fish. And when I saw bumblebee tuna in Cebu, it was like a 2¼ ounce can that was like $1.25. So I'd need 5 of those cans to make a decent sandwich. I'm not going to spend $6 to make a tuna fish sandwich. I still have to buy mayonnaise. So it's hard living here. Semilacron, good night. May the prunk not be with you. Thank you, Semilacron. Let me see if I see any. Yeah, may the prunk not be with you. Thank you very much for stopping by, Semilacron. I see mail. Did I get any met? Okay, let me understand. Okay, so I got a mail from someone who shipped something to me. So there's no place in your area that could be shipped care of instead of my property. No, I could. They wouldn't charge me to receive my goods, but there is no. There's not necessarily anybody on the property. I would never. I couldn't ask one of the tenants in the building to do that. Thank you, LaRue. So I couldn't ask one of the tenants, and the property manager, he doesn't stay on the property at all day. He goes to the beach. He goes to another property that he manages. He has a girlfriend. I mean, he only stays on the property when he's doing property stuff. So as far as the locals are concerned, no, it couldn't. No, it doesn't work like that here. No, it doesn't work like that here. Of course, I could leave a note. Well, the note that the shipping company sent me said that if you're not going to be there, I have to leave photo identification of myself with an authoritative letter to the person's name that's going to receive the package on my behalf. So then I'd have to leave a note on the door or the fence for the package to go next door to the property manager. And if he wasn't there, and he's not going to care, he's not going to wait around for my package. No, it doesn't work like that. If they deliver the package, they deliver the package. If you're not there, prepaid package, I don't know, maybe they'll try again, but it's on the website that it was handed off to the local delivery guy, so it should have been here yesterday. And they don't give you an update, and there's no way to get an update other than what they put in the computer. It doesn't. So no, the answer is no. There's nobody else to get the package at all that I could depend on to be here when the package comes. And the package is from 8 o'clock in the morning till 10 o'clock at night. It can arrive. That's what they say. The package could be there between 8 a.m. and 10 p.m. So I got to be here. Thank you. I appreciate the free pants and all of that, but if I miss the package, then I have no pants, and if these pants rip, I have to go to the city with ripped pants. Or I have to go to the city naked. I mean, that's also, I guess I could do that. I'd probably get arrested, but I mean, I have the other shorts in my bag that I'm going to try to bring to another tailor, but those are work shorts. I need those shorts. I need those shorts. That's the answer to your question. And as far as the map that you sent in the mail, the next door place is where the manager doesn't even live all the time, and the next place that you see on the map is, oh shit, that's got to be 1,500 feet away from here. And that's not even there anymore. That place, the Aniana, that's gone. That's been gone for 2 years. It's still on the map though. It's owned by a different entity. I never knew anybody that worked there. I used to go to their pool once in a while, but I never knew anybody that worked there. No, it doesn't work like that here. And the other places are all 1,000 to 2,000 to 3,000 feet away, although it shows on the map close. It's not like that. But thanks. I'll just wait. All right, I'm going back to the... Oh, God. All right, well, I need to take pain medication now. Forgot to take my pain medication. What time is it? Let's see. My pain medication is ibuprofen, by the way. I asked the doctor once last year for pain medication for my leg. They're not going to give a foreigner anything that has pain medication unless you're in the hospital or something like that. They don't give out opioids here in the Philippines or stimulants. They don't give them out like they do in America, that's for sure. They knew how much pain I was in. They just said, we can't give you any pain medication. No matter how much pain you're in, unless you're in the hospital, I don't think they give you pain medication. Or you're an outpatient. So the next one is 6 p.m. for that. I can take 2 of those. I gotta get water. Yeah, they don't give out opioids here Once I got an opioid, two of them, when I had root canal. But it wasn't for the root canal, because the root canal itself doesn't hurt. It was that they had to cut my gum and stitch it up. And for that, I took a quarter of the pill one time, and by the next day the pain went away where I didn't need the pill at all. And I had those pills for probably a year and a half, and then Daisy needed pain medication once she got hurt, and I gave it to her. What am I doing? Yeah. I ran out of water. No. Okay. I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to end the live stream in a few minutes, so if you guys want to say goodbye to each other or say anything, please do it now, because in a matter of just a few minutes, I'm going to end the live stream. I don't think I have anything else to say. I think I've said everything that needs to be said. I think I've said everything that needs to be said. So, you creeping malaise, you piece of worthless endeavor of a human being, in most people's opinion, I'm going to do everything I can to help those people, show the world what a creeping malaise you have been to everybody. So whatever it is that you think that you want to do, make it so. Make it happen. Don't screw up. Because you've already scared your tenants. You've already scared your tenants after they heard you slamming shit around yesterday and screaming when I was doing a live stream about the restraining order. They didn't know why you were screaming and yelling and cursing but they could hear you. They heard you lose your mind. That I was talking about a restraining order. They heard you lost your mind, dude. Why did you lose your mind? Let's ask that question. Why did you lose your mind yesterday when I was talking about the fact that you had a restraining order against you? Why did you lose your mind? Let me tell you why you lost your mind. Creeping malaise men. You lost your mind because you talked about my penis, my genitalia, what I look like when I bent over with my pants that are open like a skirt, for 5 hours, about 10 days ago, that week, like a week and a half, last week. You lost your mind because for the last 5 months you've been talking about my penis and referring to it as a mushroom, and you even made a song up about the mushroom man. You lost your mind because your tenants found out that you were singing the Mushroom Man song to their 8-year-old child. You lost your mind because of something that you did. I didn't do it. I didn't make up the Mushroom Man song. I never sang the Mushroom Man song. I don't actually know what the Mushroom Man song is other than what you sing. And I don't pay much attention to that. But you talked about everybody's penis. You talked about Barry Jordan having a crooked penis. For months you talked about that. You don't even know that it's true. His girlfriend said he had a crooked penis, and you talked about how Barry Jordan had a deformed penis. You did that. I didn't do that. Don't blame me. Don't blame me because you sang the Mushroom Man song to an 8-year-old. You should have known better. Everybody knows better. That's not a justifiable thing. You're not going to be able to take that to a courtroom and say, well, yeah, I was talking about another man's penis to this 8-year-old, but he didn't know what the mushroom was. We don't know what you were doing when you were with the boy. You could have pointed downwards and said, that's a mushroom, implied that that's a mushroom, and the boy might know enough about sexual genitalia to put it together. But you're not allowed to talk to an 8-year-old child like that on YouTube, make a video, whether your face is in the video or not. You're not allowed to do that. So when you went nuts because you saw the live stream about a restraining order against you, you did that. You asked to have a restraining order put against you. Not verbally, but by method of operation. You are so lucky that the guy didn't take the issue to heart. Some people's parents in the real world would have handled it altogether differently. There would be no restraining order. There would be no creeping malaise. You're just lucky the guy's a peaceful guy. There's the goat herder now. But you can't blame other people. You only have yourself to blame. That's to wrap up what you did to yourself. No one did this to you. No one asked to be in your life. You interject yourself into everybody else's business. And then in the videos that you got up, you say, everybody should mind their own business. No, that's not what you do. You mind everybody else's business. At all times, you start crap with people. When you're done talking about me, then you're talking about Princess Anne. Then you're talking about... You don't talk much about Scott Del Fuego. You did for a little bit there, but you kind of dropped that. But then you talked about Dennis Adams, and Dennis Adams dropped out of the picture. You got these people believing this crap about people that you talk about because the people who watch your channel are as sick as you are. Don't blame me because of the restraining order. Don't blame me for sending video files and letters to your neighbors. I didn't do that. There's no trail in any way, shape, or form. Did I know that was going to happen? I was told months ago that was going to happen. In a comment on one of my YouTube videos, somebody said, this is what's going to happen to the creeping malaise man. Did I believe that it was going to happen? No, but I did mention it in a video. I did say that somebody is going to bring this to the attention of the neighbors of the creeping malaise man. But I didn't do it. There's no forensic evidence that those thumb drives or the letters came from me. Postage, any of that crap that you were talking about in your video, I didn't do that. But yet you put my name to it because you're sick. You're a sick man. You put Warren's name to it. There's no proof that it was Warren. You just figured the two most likely suspects, let me blame them. And maybe both of us would do it if we could do it, but we didn't do it, so how do you blame us for it? Well, I know that I didn't do it. I don't know anything about what Warren does, but I don't think he did it. But you blamed him for it, and I said I don't think he did it because I don't have any proof that he did do it. So I'm going to say he's innocent. But you, not you, you have to interject your worthless opinion and your worthlessness as a human, subhuman, quasi-human, creeping malaise. You do this to yourself. Nobody did it to me. I didn't do it to you. No one did it to you. You did it to you. So when you lost your mind yesterday and went nuts and put the fear of God into your tenants, and they went away this weekend, they may have gone away to a hotel, they may have gone away to family members. But that's all going to be documented in the court papers. And you can't blame anybody but yourself for that. Don't blame other people. This is what you do all the time. You make up these stories. I was talking to a high-ranking police official. He says that you just have no remorse. You don't take anything into account. The truth has nothing to do with you. You're a liar. You're a creepy person for sure. I would not say that you're a child molester, but you would say that about me if the tables were turned, because in your mind, it somehow becomes real if you think it. You are one sick piece of work, dude. You are blaming everybody for everything that ever happened to you when you caused it to yourself. You talk about my leg injury like you get off when you talk about the infection on my leg. Somehow that brings you happiness that I have an infection on my leg. That's just sick, dude. You don't like me. You don't like me, but you talk about the infection on my leg, that's a good thing. He's going to die from that. That's sick. You are a mentally handicapped person. Somebody needs to rearrange the way you think, whatever that means. I know that the next time you come back to the Philippines, you're going to have more legal actions against you. I know that. Take my word for that. That's all I can really say. But you did, and if there is a legal action put against you when you come back, who are you going to blame for that? Me? You're going to blame me for being mad at you for talking about my penis for 5 hours 2 weeks ago? For talking about Obama's crooked penis? For talking about Flywood's penis? You're going to blame me for that? I wasn't talking about Obama's penis. I think I might have mentioned it today for the first time ever. I don't dwell on Obama's crooked penis. But you've made 100 to 200 references about Obama's penis. How can a girl go out with a man with a deformed penis? The guy's got a deformed penis, he can't have sex. How do you know any of that? You just make it up as it goes along. You did this to yourself. Don't blame other people for this. This is your fault. If this causes problems for you, for your life, with your family, your extended family, your friends, because of this embarrassment about talking about a man's penis to an 8-year-old, that's your fault. You did that. You did that. You did that. If other people make more videos about this, you did that too. So far, there's at least two other videos, three. I heard about a third one this morning. I do believe that Flywood's one may have mentioned this topic. That's 3 people. I would expect before July 19th, before the hearing, before anybody knows, I expect speculation from dozens of channels. There are probably people right now putting together hypotheticals and comedy skits about this. That's what you would do if the tables were turned, and that's what you've been doing for 5 years. So now, this is the mushroom karmic event. The karma chameleon mushroom event of the century. You created the karmic chameleon mushroom event of the century. You did that. You talked about the karmic chameleon mushroom penis event. The karmic you did that. You talked about the tiny penis mushroom so much that you created the karmic penis mushroom event. You did that. The karmic penis mushroom event. You did that. The Karma's penis mushroom event, you did that. The Karma's penis mushroom event, you did that. You did it. I didn't do that. So if you get mad and you don't like me now, I can't. That's you did that. You did that. I gotta go. I gotta actually go get something from across the street. Ah, man. You created the karmas. You created the karma penis mushroom event. You created the karma mushroom penis event. You created the karma mushroom penis event. You did that. And now, without further ado, after 4 hours and 15 minutes and 27 seconds, I will say Amping Permi from Michael Fazio in the Philippines, which means take care always. Amping Permi. How do you like me now?